coming. I'm sorry we're running just a couple minutes late. I know a couple other members that are also trying to get here as well. So before we get started, this is such an important part of our budget that I think touches every heart in here. It's beyond, I believe, just our jobs. It really is very personal. So would y'all bow with me for just a minute? Dear Heavenly Father, we ask you to come, spread your love in this room and help us to open our ears and our hearts and our minds to what we can do, to look at each and every one of these situations, not as that's impossible, but please help us find the pathway and your way to making life better for all of our Georgians. In your name we pray, amen. Okay, so let's get started. It's time to look at the 2018 budget. And I think we're all excited about that. That's a great time here for us, very important. So why don't we start, first of all, and I believe, are we going to use which microphone? This one right here should be the best one for anyone that's speaking to come to. And if you'd make sure to introduce yourself and tell us just a little bit about you as well, because we have a large audience, not only here, but also that follow us online. First of all, the Georgia Office of the Child Advocate, Deputy Director, I believe Rachel Davidson might be here. Great, come join us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Dempsey, committee members, for having me. My name is Rachel Davidson. I am the Deputy Director at the Office of the Child Advocate. You may be aware that Governor Deal recently appointed Tom Rawlings as the Child Advocate in January. He sends his regrets for not being here. He has just landed back into the country. So I am here on his behalf. We are, in the event that you're not familiar with the agency, we're a small agency with responsibility for providing oversight and ombudsman type responsibilities for the child welfare agencies. We have a small budget, minimal recommended changes, and so I'm just going to go through those for you, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. One is to provide funds for merit-based pay adjustments, employee recruitment or retention initiatives effective July 1, 2017, and that's $14,369. Two is to increase funds to reflect an adjustment in the employer share of the employee's retirement system for $529. Three, reflect an adjustment to agency premiums for Department of Administrative Services administered self-insurance programs for $196. Four, reflect an adjustment in merit system assessments for $507 for a total of $15,601. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Thank you for making us well aware of who you are as well. And
thank you very much.
The good work y'all do. Appreciate it.
We appreciate you having us here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so next, the Georgia Department of Veteran Services. We decided specifically that we make y'all wait so often. This time we wanted you to get right in there and be first. Y'all have been so patient for so many years. Yeah.
Thank you. Madam Chair, committee members, I'm Mike Roby, Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Veteran Service. It's a pleasure for us to be with you again today to discuss the governor's recommendations for the FY 2018 budget for the Georgia Department of Veteran Service. With me today on my right is Assistant Commissioner Dan Holtz, who's responsible for administration, health, and memorials. To the right over there is Mr. George Canavaggio. He's our Assistant Commissioner for the field operations and appeals. Next to him is Miss April Dodgen. She is our budget analyst. And next to her is Mr. Mark Bannister. He's our operations director. We are pleased with and support the governor's recommendations for the FY 2018 budget. Among other things, this budget addresses several initiatives contained in the governor's State of the State address from last month. Along with the other priorities for the state, the service and sacrifice of our veterans are major priorities for his administration during this legislative session. We are ready to do our part to continue to support our state's veterans. Your support through the FY 2018 operating budget will make that happen. Our presentation this afternoon focuses on state funds, is based on the House tracking document for Section 48, found on pages 93 of 98. On page 2 of our presentation, we have provided a department-wide summary of the recommendation for the FY 2018 budget. We will focus on the changes proposed by the governor. The governor's recommended changes for the FY 2018 operating budget for our department total an increase of $1,112,025. The state general funds will increase to $22,475,371. There are no projected changes to the federal and other portions of our budget, which total $17,839,989. This brings our total funding from all sources to $40,315,360. Beginning on page 3 of our presentation, we depict the changes to the state appropriated funds on a program-by-program basis. First is our administrative program. All the changes in this program are related to statewide adjustments, including the 2% merit-based pay adjustments at item 48.1.1, totaling $30,743 to support employee recruitment and retention initiatives. The net change to state appropriated funds amounts to $34,179, which brings the recommended budget for this program to $1,893,936 for the year. On page 4 depicts our cemetery program. The first 4 changes in this program are related to statewide adjustments, including the 2% merit-based pay adjustments at item 48.2.1, totaling $13,103. The last change at item 48.2.5 provided $15,269 in funds to right-size the allocation of the FY 17 merit-based pay adjustment. This will correct an error in the FY 17 appropriations that was uncovered in mid-August of 2016. In the FY 17 appropriations, $7,455 of the 3% pay adjustment of the $22,725 was included in the governor's recommendation. This right-sizing change will provide the balance of those funds beginning in July of this year. The plan is to include this right-sizing adjustment first and then to add in the 2% adjustment for FY 18 from item 48.2.1 into the mix. The net change to state appropriated funds amounts to $29,923, which brings the recommended state funded budget for this program to $700,361. On page 5 of our presentation are the changes for our nursing home program. This program covers the operation of both state war veterans homes located in Augusta and Milledgeville. The changes reflected in the recommended budget impact only the home in Augusta, which is operated by the Augusta University on our behalf. The home at Milledgeville is operated on behalf by a contractor which currently is United Veteran Services, a subsidiary of UHS Pruitt Corporation of Norcross. There is no salary adjustments associated with the operation of the home in Milledgeville. The changes contained in the recommended budget are all statewide changes related to merit-based pay adjustments occurring within the university. As funds for the operation of the state war home veterans flow through our department, these changes are reflected in our budget. On item 48.3.1 reflects the amount of the 2% pay adjustment at $146,960. And item 48.3.2 reflects the related amount of the adjustment at $131,348 for the teacher's retirement system. Finally, item 48.3.3 at $38,114 reflects the employer's share of health insurance and retirement health benefits affecting current and retired Augusta University employees associated with the War Veterans Home operations. The net change to state appropriated funds amounts to $316,422, which brings the recommended budget for this program to $12,566,609. Finally, on page 6 of our presentation, we depict the changes for our Veterans Benefits Program. The first 3 changes at items 48.4.1 through 48.4.3 are related to statewide adjustments, including the 2% merit-based pay adjustments at item 48.4.1, totaling $112,441 to support the employee recruitment or retention initiatives. Item 48.4.4 provides $358,996 to establish 4 training officer positions to support increased training requirements from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and the several veteran service organizations we support, such as the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, etc. Historically, our annual training was developed and conducted by our Appeals Division staff, co-located with the VA Regional Office in Decatur. However, over the past several years, the appellant workload of these individuals has increased dramatically, where we assist veterans with their appeals of VA benefits determinations before VA decision review officers and administrative law judges. The time it takes to develop and document appeals arguments and supporting documents and information has increased dramatically with the number of cases we are now handling. Therefore, our staff does not have the time to devote to developing training materials and presentations as had been the case. Having a full-time staff devoted to training our field service officers at our 52 offices across the state and the appeals officers in Decatur will support the annual training sessions. In addition, it will enable the development of ongoing training throughout the year using webinars, video, and teleconferencing and other types of technology to keep our personnel up to date throughout the year on the latest guidance from the VA. Item 48.4.5 provides $137,650 to support the establishment of a women veterans office in the department. This initiative is part of the governor's legislative program for this session. This amount of funding supports the salary and benefits for one woman veterans coordinator position and operating expenses to support the operation of the office. The target salary and benefits for this position is $104,650, with the balance of the funding, $30,000, directed towards operations. We will be seeking a women veteran who has advanced education credentials in as a counselor, social worker, or psychologist, and with experience in dealing with women veterans issues, such as female issues like pregnancy, forms of cancer routinely found with females, the effects of post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injuries on women, military sexual trauma, etc. This office will be located at our department's central office in the Floyd Building and provide support to our staff across the state and directly to women veterans as needed. Yes, a veteran is a veteran, but every veteran's issues are unique to the veteran. Just like the Federal VA and Department of Defense, we need to recognize and support the needs of our female veterans to assist them in seeking and receiving their earned benefits that they are entitled to because they put their lives on the line in support of our nation by voluntarily venturing into harm's way. Item 48.4.6 will provide $119,531 in funding to right-size the allocation of the FY17 merit-based pay adjustment. This is the same issue as occurred in our cemetery program. The net change to state appropriated funds amounts to $731,501, which brings the recommended budget for this program to $7,314,465. On page 7 and 8 are listed several quick summary statistics for our department for your information and review. Madam Chair, this concludes our presentation, and we'd be honored to take any questions.
Well, I see that we have at least one light. I think we've got, do we need to punch his light? Representative Kirby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your presentation. I got just a quick question on page 6.
Okay, sir.
48.4.4, your funds, you're talking about 4 veteran benefit training officers.
Yes, sir.
Just doing some rough calculation in my head and benefits and everything, you're looking at about $60K salary for those positions?
Sir, what we're going to have is one master or one senior trainer, and then the other 3. And I think the senior trainer is going to be $50,000. And
Okay.
then go from there.
Will that be competitive with the area to get the people you need, the quality people? I know that's one of the conversations we had before on.
Yes, sir. We feel it will. We've
All right.
done some. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Oliver?
I remember the governor speaking about the women's coordinator position. When you asked for that before, you had found a federal employee doing women's services in the Claremont office. Is that going to continue? Are you coordinating with that past position y'all filled with a federal officer?
Man, we never actually filled it we had a lady in our department that was doing as an additional duty for our department.
In the Claremont campus?
Yes, ma'am. She was in our appeals division. Yes, ma'am.
And
she was
is
doing,
she still going to be doing that?
No, ma'am. She has resigned.
Okay. Are any of your 4 appeals officers lawyers?
One is. He's a retired. Yes, ma'am.
You and I talked about the Emory Veterans Program. How many other veterans legal clinics, if any, are there across Georgia?
Dan, what's the
I'll just take that and we'll have to check it out and
for
we'll
you.
get
Yes,
you
ma'am.
an answer.
Okay. Do you have any training officers now? Or is these 4 new positions
These
in
are
new
4
categories?
new. What we've done, ma'am, is take them out of our appeals division previously. Those folks that are appeals officers have been conducting the training along with employees from the VA.
And the total number of benefits officers you have out there across your 52 offices is about 75, am I remembering that correctly?
95.
95.
Yes, ma'am. Including the appeals
Okay.
folks.
In
In addition.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you give me a list at your convenience of how many appeals y'all do a year through the 4 appeals officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
So, and when you do those responses, if you would copy at least Leo
We will.
on them too, maybe me as
It's
well.
all right,
or-
we'll just route them through Leo.
That will be
and
great.
Leo will
Yes,
get out
That'll
there.
be great.
Absolutely.
That'll be great. That'll help all of us be aware of it. Are there any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any, then thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the work you're doing.
Board members. Thank you, ma'am.
Next, look forward to hearing from the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency. Believe Director Casey may be here today. Good, great.
With a heavy heart. Madam Chair, I'm also going to bring up our CFO, Minerva Nixon, so if there are any questions I can't answer, she'll be able to get in there. Okay, and I believe before we start, everyone should have a packet that was given to them. Inside that packet, you will find an Excel spreadsheet or a PowerPoint, presentation with the numbers that I'll be discussing. Madam Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Sean Casey. I'm the new Executive Director for the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency. I thank you for the opportunity to present our budget for fiscal year 2018. I'd like to begin by focusing on our mission and sharing some of our most recent accomplishments. First off, I'd like to actually take this opportunity to publicly thank my 1,400 coworkers. We have 1,400 employees spread throughout the state in 40 offices, and I have the pleasure of working alongside them. And the best part about my coworkers is that they are all in. They believe in the mission, they believe in the goal, and every day they get up and strive to provide the best service possible to our clients. And with that mission, it's very simple: to give Georgians with disabilities the tools they need to achieve career success and living independence. Now, with that said, I'd like to start with this PowerPoint presentation just at the very beginning with admin and programs. In the governor's budget, we've been allocated $1.4 million to fund our admin staff. This budget encompasses daily operations and shared services as support staff, largely working behind us at the Twin Towers, who work to ensure the field has the resources needed to serve the clients to the best of their ability. The total funds for administrative functions are the total funds after the state funds, let me back up. State funds are $1.4 million. With the federal grants and pull-down money, you're looking at total funds of $12,455,317. Next, going down, I'd like to talk about Vocational Rehabilitation Program, or VR. Now, VR encompasses first 2 residential campuses, one including Roosevelt Warm Springs in Meriwether County, and the other one in Cave Springs Center in Floyd County. Now, I know I thrown the invitation out there before, and I always will take this opportunity. I always do this and take the opportunity. I would recommend that you visit one of the 2 campuses and probably get the most bang for your buck. I would suggest the Roosevelt Warm Springs location in June, when they'll have their next graduation. I also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the graduating class of December 2016. During that graduation, 51% of our graduates already had a job when they walked across that stage. That's a very proud stat. At Roosevelt Warm Springs, quite frankly, it's much more than a rehabilitation facility. Its certification programs include nursing, forklift, 3D printing, which I have seen personally and is very cool, robotics and driver's education, among many more. Also, we've learned recently that Warm Springs earned another 3-year accreditation from CARF International, an entity which certifies organizations in the health and human services industry. A certification from CARF means recognition among 54,000 programs worldwide designated as the best of the best in the health, human services, and rehabilitation industry. Now, in addition to our residential campuses, as I mentioned previously, VR, we do in vocational rehabilitation, we also have 40 local offices spread throughout the state that are doing the work. Now, in these offices, the spectrum of services are from assessments and provider referrals to assistive technology and job placements. And I want to take this opportunity to highlight some news within the VR world. Under the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, we've extended transition services to youth as young as 14, which means we're now reaching into middle schools to help students on the path to secondary education with a crystal clear goal in mind. Also, I'd like to talk about the E3 project, which is grant funded and is one component of our transition efforts. It embraces technology, including a website and an app to connect with youth where, as we all know, they're spending a lot of their time today. 7 school districts now participate in the E3 program. The most recent to join was the Georgia Academy for the Blind in Macon this past November. Also, within the VR world, we have recently announced the creation of a position in GVRA leadership to oversee services to the special populations, which would include deaf and the blind. Now, with that said, looking at state funds for fiscal year 2018, the funds total just a little over $20 million. And when you have the 4-to-1 match, brings the total funds to $102,293,066. Going next down the list is the Business Enterprise Program. BEP, as we call it, BEP provides blind vendors with an opportunity to independently operate food service establishments, cafeterias, and gift shops on federal property. You would see them downstairs in the basement here and also across the street. The most recent addition is a Starbucks at Fort Gordon that will serve the National Security Administration located there. BEP's state funded is just a little over $290,000. Total funds are $3,210,842. Going next on the list is GIB, or the Georgia Industries for the Blind. I like to always state very crystal clear that GIB does not receive any state funds. But GIB Industries for the Blind is a self-supporting manufacturing facility in Bainbridge, Georgia. 2 employees recently were nominated for awards given annually by the National Industries for the Blind, one being a Career Achievement Award, the other an Employee of the Year Award. The total budget for GIB is $9.5 million, and I also like to point out that 75% of the employees at this facility are either blind or have low vision. They also maintain the highest safety rating available for manufacturing facilities of their class. Going down the list, one more, Disability Adjudication Services, DAS. Again, this does not receive any state funding. This is Social Security. Their budget is a federal budget, and you can see is just $75,429,922. Going down the list finally is Roosevelt Warm Springs Hospital. Roosevelt Warm Springs Hospital is operated by Augusta University. I'm also proud to brag on them that they recently celebrated the opening of a new wing with a ribbon cutting ceremony. The hospital's portion of our budget, first appropriated about 3 years ago to help facility transition to self-sustaining status, is $1.6 million. In conclusion, the total budget allocated for which we ask your support is $23,364,926. This brings our total fund, or total operating budget, of $204,496,481. As we all can clearly see, a vast majority is federal funds. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your attention and consideration on behalf of Georgia citizens with disabilities who want to go to work. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Are there any questions from the members? I don't see any, and I think part of that is because you've already done such a great presentation for us previously, but thank you so much. I know that you came in kind of quickly, right before session started, but you're already doing a great job, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Persevere. Okay, next, the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, Commissioner Judy Fitzgerald, who also came in kind of new, but now is really gaining lots of experience, right, Ms. Judy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon in this cozy setting to present to you the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities fiscal year 18 budget. And as we often do, we start with a note of gratitude because you all have been extremely supportive to the work and some very serious work that our department has been charged with over the last 5 years, and the amount of support that we've received from the Governor's Office, the Office of Planning and Budget, and the General Assembly has been remarkable. When I talk to my peers, commissioners in other states who do the work I do, we absolutely stand out as a department that has received incredible support from state leadership. So I do want to start with that thank you. And I really also want to note thank you to the House Budget Office in preparation for today. The partnership really helps us to come forward in a way that's positive. As you mentioned, Madam Chair, I came to the role December 1st after having served as Chief of Staff under Commissioner Berry. So today I bring with me our experienced budget team members, Jeff Miner, who's our Chief Operating Officer, Mary Price, our Chief Financial Officer, and Chris Hamilton, our Budget Director. And so if you ask me really hard questions, I've got my support team here, and I'm grateful for that too. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. We prepared a PowerPoint presentation for you, as DBHDD does. So our budget is found in your tracking document on pages 18 through 20. We've consolidated that information, haven't changed the content, but just changed the layout. Hopefully this makes it a little easier for us to talk with you about the priorities that we'd like to discuss today. And so, as you can see, what we'd like to talk about first and foremost is the ADA settlement agreement update. And it's important that we do this because our fiscal year 18 budget is highly connected to the work that we're doing with the settlement agreement. So, and our requests for FY18 are indeed heavily tied to the ADA settlement agreement. So just to remind you that the original agreement was covered fiscal year 10 through 15, and we achieved compliance with a majority of the elements in the agreement. And the total funding that you all and the state provided support to us in the amount of $171.5 million over the period of time. And one thing I want to make sure that folks in the state of Georgia understand is that those funds have begun to make a measurable difference in the system of service delivery. And we have ample evidence year by year of the impact, both at an individual level and a system level. And to be clear, that level of sustained support over 5 years and going forward is really what allows us to have meaningful system change in terms of quality, in terms of training, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of culture. We've needed that sustained support to achieve the really aggressive goals of the original settlement agreement. So in fact, we have on slide number 4, we have a very dense chart that y'all have seen before. What we like about this, it really sort of covers the swath of everything that was in the original settlement agreement and shows the degree of compliance that we have and identifies the very few areas where we were not able to achieve compliance. But this really demonstrates item by item, the commitment by the state of Georgia, and then our ability to put forward services that are responsive to the needs in the state. And I do really want to note that at times over the life of the agreement and over my last 4 years, at times the story about DBHDD and the provider compliance around and some of the challenges that we had, you've heard occasionally negative stories. I do want to be clear that on balance, and I think the extension agreement really points to this, it's been a remarkably positive overhaul and transformation of our behavioral health and developmental disability system. And we simply couldn't have done it without your support, without the partnership of the providers, and really without a commitment, this shared commitment we have to the individuals that we serve. So this chart now really is a look at the past and our compliance, and what we'd like to do is shift to really what's left now, what's the work ahead, because in fact we still do have critical work to do. So the elements of the extension agreement, in fact, and the actual legal agreement that's signed, you can find that on our website. It has a number of very detailed obligations, and the 4 areas, you have them put forward here. Really, the main 4 areas that are covered in the extension agreement, which carries through June 30th of 2018, are continued transition of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities from our hospital to the community. This was really at the core of the settlement agreement. We still have, I believe as of today, 236 individuals that reside in our hospitals. We continue to move at a reasonable pace to allow folks to have a life in the community. We can talk a little bit more about that. In addition, the waivers for individuals, how folks move from the hospital to the community is through the federal waiver program, and so that's included in the extension, as is a number of detailed obligations around community oversight of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. As you would imagine, and as you are familiar with now, many of the individuals who've lived in our hospital for decades and have had 24/7 care, it is possible to have a life in the community, but that service delivery and the oversight of that delivery is a very serious and complicated matter. And so the work that we have to do to prepare the community, the healthcare community, in order to provide adequate oversight and supervision and allow people to have a life in the community is high-order transformation for us. And so those obligations are in the settlement. So those are the 3 areas that relate to individuals with developmental disabilities and our waiver program. The fourth item that's included in the extension has to do with our mental health service delivery system. And the only area that we did not achieve compliance in mental health was in the area of supported housing. And so our budget request will speak to that. That's required in the extension agreement. So those are the content areas. You might recall when we spoke about the amended fiscal year 17 budget, we outline and we previewed what was ahead. The negotiations occurred during the budget preparation, and so we had a number of items in the fiscal year, the amended 17 budget, that we previewed that we would need to address annualization of those items in the FY18 budget. So those are the items, really. A number of those are going to be the ones that we're going to bring forward to you now. So if you're following along on the PowerPoint, I believe the next two slides will take you into an overview of the adjustments that we're seeking. The first one, the first slide covers the statewide adjustments around merit and other changes that you've seen from most agencies. Be happy to answer any questions about those. Those are similar to others. The one that is different for DBHDD that I do want to make note of is the item number 8, the BIP restoration. So BIP is Balancing Incentive Payments Program, and you can see that that's a restoration of state funds in the amount of $10,731,835. That applies to both our developmental disabilities and our mental health work. So that's the one that's unique to DBHDD. But I think most of those are familiar to you all. The next slide really gets to the heart of our request and the items that really enable us to continue with the system transformation that we are trying to achieve. And so you can see we've got tracking numbers along here. The first item is adult DD, 250 new waivers. And as mentioned, you provided 6 months of funding in amended 17. This is now the annualization for 18 in the amount of $12,108,226. The next item is also in the area of adult developmental disability services, and this is the annualization of the comp rate increase. So again, that's our language. That's the comprehensive waiver, the rate increase for providers in the amount of $11.7 million. The next item, 15.2.9, is the adult DD. This is 250 new waivers. This is for the 6 months in FY18 that actually then will seek annualization in FY19. So you can see this drive towards continued progress about moving people into a life in the community, which we're pleased to make a request to you in the amount of $6 million for the FY18 budget on the new waivers. And then the final DD item, again, adult services, annualizing 100 waivers. Once again, you provided 6 months, was allocated for in FY17, and this is the annualization needed for FY18. So all of those represent the requests in the area of developmental disabilities. The last two items are in our mental health service delivery system. The first one, adult mental health, is supported housing. Again, initial funding was provided in amended 17. This is now a request for annualization in FY18 in the amount of $7.7 million. And just a reminder what these housing funds do. In the same way the waivers allow people to have a life in the community, the same is true for, God bless you. The same is true for mental health, that in order for people to access their treatment and be successful in their treatment, they need a place to live, and they need to have the security of having a home and a place to live in order to make the treatment and the possibility of recovery real for them. So these funds allow for bridge funding and then actual vouchers that allow people to live successfully in the community. So that's the annualized amount. And then finally, the last item here mental health related as well, is a behavioral health crisis center in the amount of $6 million. So that really, as I said, and these allocations are what really are the foundation of our success with the settlement agreement. And I have to take a moment to acknowledge the success, certainly of the DBHDD team, but the work we do is highly dependent on competent providers to really deliver services to the people we serve, and we can't do that without a partnership with the providers, and they really deserve a great deal of the credit for the work we're doing as well. You see a note on the bottom there about just previewing, and we've mentioned this before, plans for an amended 18 request for a 40-bed forensic unit at our Atlanta hospital. As you know, our forensic individuals, that's folks who are involved with the court system, who might be incompetent to stand trial or not guilty by reason of insanity. That's a growing population for the state of Georgia, and an area that there will be continued need. So we've made a note there. But as you can see, the next slide is a summary that brings forward the total proposed net change of the agency budget requests in the amount of $64,680,553, and then you see that as a in addition to our total agency budget. So those are our state funds requests. I'd like to transition and say a word. What's the next item in your packet for presentation is our capital budget. And it's important to talk about this for a minute because there's a lot of pressure around our transformation of our community system, but it's critical to remember that we still have 5 state hospitals that are active and 2 that are closed that we still maintain property and care of. And so our capital requests are really critical to the department's work as a whole as well. So we, as you can see here, we have 3 items in the capital funds request. The first one is for the Savannah Treatment Mall. Treatment Mall is a place within the hospital where recovery-focused services occur. And so the transformation of the work we do in the hospital really helps prepare people for a life in the community. So for many people who their stay in the hospital may be variable, but the more we can get closer to preparing them while they're in the hospital for living in the community, that's what the treatment mall does. It provides recovery-focused services, training, and support for individuals to understand what life in the community and help prepare them. So that this request for the treatment mall funds will be the last. This is our last hospital to stand up a new treatment mall. Where these treatment malls, and I hope you have an opportunity to see them in our hospitals, it not only really provides a transformational place within the hospital for believing recovery's possible, it's really also quite a morale booster for our staff and our frontline folks that work within the hospitals, and it really is makes a dramatic impact on the quality of our service delivery in the hospital. So you see the request on the Savannah Treatment Mall, and then 2 items really related to, as mentioned, our renovations and repairs within the hospital system that exists. The first item for major renovation and repairs, the 20-year bonds in the amount of $6.4 million, and then hospital sustainment and repairs, 5-year bonds in the amount of $3.5 million, totaling capital funds request for $15 million. While we have a continuum of care, having quality services in buildings that are standing on properties that we can maintain is really critical to DBHDD's work. I think I have mentioned before, y'all are very familiar. We have buildings ranging from being buildings that were built in 1836 all the way up through 2010. So we've got quite an array, 469 buildings that we are the proud caretakers of. And so as you might imagine, we have 5,000 work orders a month to maintain those buildings. And so the capital requests are critical, that we can use those funds to take care of those buildings in a way that would make Georgia proud. So the final item in the presentation is just to preview or to discuss briefly a few things that have been mentioned before, which are some of the opportunities and challenges ahead, some of which relate to the budget items, but they certainly relate to our success in the work going forward. So I'll mention these just briefly and would be happy to talk in more detail about any of them, but it's really critical for us to talk about the item that's there first, which is challenges around the clinical workforce recruitment and retention, which we know is a challenge for many agencies and providers across the state, but our ability to maintain a quality workforce that can provide recovery services and meet the clinical needs of the citizens of Georgia is really a big challenge and remains quite a challenge for us. The next item is our core behavioral health funding. So while we come and you all have been so generous in the commitment and in the allocation, the very practical reality about the settlement agreement over the course of time is that it really helped to fund what we call the deep end of the service delivery system. So really the crisis end and what happens if you don't get what you need. And so what we call core behavioral health funding is as Georgia's population has grown, our basic funding hasn't kept pace. So it's like a lot of things. If you build it at the deep end, that's where people show up. And we really believe that if we're able to make investments in the basic outpatient services, when people can get right service, right place, right level of care at the right time, the sooner they can get to that, the less need we have for the crisis services. So while you all have been so generous in your allocations, it's important to note that the fundamental building blocks of a good mental health and behavioral health system really come in a basic package of services being available and accessible to our folks. In addition, now the next item, the behavioral health crisis centers and our crisis stabilization units, we will continue to acknowledge that where those are available, they are having a dramatic impact in the community. The ability to drop someone off when needed to get someone right to the level of crisis that they need. Your support for these has been terrific. We believe we need one in every region at least. And so as you saw the request for one this year, we will keep asking as we feel like the need really exists, and they've had really a noteworthy impact on service delivery. The next item in challenges and opportunities ahead is our IDD planning list, which all are familiar with. We do have a list of individuals who are hoping to receive services from the state, and our prioritization and streamlining of that list to understand who's on that list and really make that real and tangible for folks in the state of Georgia is a priority of ours. And then, as you well know, in order to retain providers that can do the work that we ask and meet the obligations and the performance standards that we have, we really need to pay providers a rate structure that both attracts and retains high-quality providers in Georgia. So we hope to be able to do that. And then the final list of challenges, we've spoken about some of these before. There's a lot of interest right now in addictive diseases, and we have recently completed a strategic plan and tried to align that with opportunities that are available through federal funds. And this is such a critical area. The settlement agreement, this sounds a little odd because it's true, the settlement agreement was limited to mental health. The very practical reality that we experience, though, is when we say behavioral health, that's mental health and substance use together. And so often these two illnesses are inextricably intertwined, and so we have a lot of support for mental health, but really our addictive disease service system fell behind through budget cuts. So we will continue to do the work and really seek ways to be as strategic as we can to advance that work. Forensic services, as I mentioned, this is a growing population of folks that are involved with the court. This involves both folks that can be served, individuals that can be served in the community, and our hospitals. And we absolutely believe this is work DBHDD should be doing, and having the support in order to address both community and hospital needs and the aging of the forensic population, many of whom are folks who will be with us for an extended period of time. We have some critical needs emerging there. We will continue to ask for supported housing funds for individuals with mental health needs being served in the community. It's what sets the stage for recovery, so we believe that's critical. And then finally, as you all have noted, and we have certainly heard loud and clear, an expectation that the agencies will not only work in collaboration, but seek to reduce redundancy and find ways to streamline and cooperate in work that we do together. And so I really want to acknowledge the warm welcome I've received from the other commissioners, and really we've had a great opportunity to already see a number of ways in which we could be working more collaboratively together. So we'll commit to report back to you on that, and be pleased to do so. So with that, complete the formal presentation and be happy to answer questions.
Okay, I do. First, Representative Kirby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did I understand right, you have 2 hospitals that are closed that we're still maintaining?
Yes.
Is there a reason we're still holding them? Are we trying to sell those, or what's the future plans for those facilities? Do you know?
So yes, so the 2 hospitals, to be clear, are in Northwest, our former Rome Hospital, and then Southwest in the Thomasville area. So yes, we do currently maintain the properties. We would love very much for. I'm sorry, and then we also have part of Central State Hospital. The only thing we keep on the Milledgeville grounds is just our forensic services. So the rest of the Central State Hospital grounds are also, we're working in partnership there with the Development Authority to seek folks who would be interested in those grounds, the buildings on those grounds. And we've got different arrangements in each of those communities to really identify folks that might be interested in the property and the buildings. Jeff, I know, could answer a lot more questions about where we are on any one of those specifically.
Thank you.
And to that, I would say, just so when we talk about maintain, I know that people might be a little confused. I mean, it has been streamlined. Things that could be dispersed to other places were, is that the best way to say it? But also just to make sure that the buildings and the properties do not deteriorate, to deal with mold issues in buildings that might be closed up if they were just shut and, left alone. So
thank you, Madam Chair.
And it is, I will say this for Rome, it's pristine. It stays very viable as a property. Our community works very hard. Our city has an agreement right now with state properties to try to come up with a plan for it. And, but that's a very unique property to market, and I know the one in Thomasville is as well. My own community would certainly love to see it doing something different rather than just sitting there. So
absolutely, and that need
ongoing work.
Thank you for making mention. We have roofs, we have yard property, all of that. So maintaining all of that, so it would look desirable.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And it's quite amazing how desirable they really are.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's surprising. Almost everyone that goes to see it, to consider any type of development there, is surprised, because most of your private property would not be maintained at that level. Okay, and so next, Representative Oliver.
I think I asked this last time, but I've forgotten. Do you have a place where the Behavioral Crisis Center is going to be?
So thank you for the question. We had requested 2, and now we're down to 1. So we're in the process right now, our team is, of looking at the data around utilization. We're looking at two areas. Yeah, we're down to 2. One is Region 5, which is sort of the coastal Savannah coastal area and forward, and then the other one is Fulton. So we're looking at both need and then readiness to stand something up reasonably.
In relation to the question I did ask last time about the community psychiatric possible fellowship with Emory, did you follow up on that or have any new thoughts on that as a proposal?
So we've got a few different conversations that are emerging around psychiatric workforce, and so we'll continue to pursue
Okay,
those with a number.
I'd like an update on that, please.
Absolutely.
And the Emory contract on the continuing autism beyond transition, we were going to get an update on that too, please.
Okay. Yes, we'll be happy to bring that forward.
In the last couple of years, I've been told by your predecessor and you that y'all are doing an evaluation of what might be an 8,400 person list for requested, as to who really is on that list and what the categories are. And I've been told that there has been a federal redirection of those now versus comp money, and that y'all were going to change the name and make it more now versus comp, make it more understandable or more comprehensive. Am I right about that? Are you still working on that? And is there a deadline of anyone where we can have the real numbers on what the waiting list? I think you're frustrated with the waiting list. We're frustrated with the waiting list. It's not meaningful to me anymore as to where we are on that list.
Thank you, Representative Aller. And I think it's a fair question. Everybody is frustrated. It's complicated, but we do have to find a way to simplify. First and foremost, the commitment is to making sure that the list makes it clear who are the individuals in the state of Georgia that are most in need and how that's defined. Right now, I think you may be aware that a very simple, high-level description would be we have, of the 8,000 number that you reference, there's a short-term planning list and a long-term planning list. So, as you would expect, the short-term are really those individuals who meet certain criteria in order to be considered more in need.
Could you tell us how many are on the short term versus the long term?
Sure. I think it's about 2,300 short term. Is that close? And the balance are on the long term. I think your challenge is fair, though, to say, let's make it meaningful, because just to have a number that constantly sits there is not helpful in communicating what the need is or helping you all to understand. So we do have criteria by which most in need is determined. Part of what makes it complex is that on any given day, someone could move from, so a good example would be an individual who might have a high level of need, but is being adequately cared for at home by parents that can serve.
You told me y'all were going to do a survey. Is that ongoing, or do you have a timetable for that to really understand the number?
I'm not familiar with the survey term. We do have a great deal of analysis of individuals who are on the list, and I think two things. One, we probably need to do a better job of communicating the rationale for why, particularly looking at this short-term list. Those really are the folks in need, and we ought to be able to say to you in a rational and planful way what a plan is over several years in order for individuals who are at that high level of need to move at a reasonable pace into the community.
If it's accurate that your short-term list is 2,300, if you feel comfortable with that number, then really what you're saying to us is your waiting list is 2,300, because we don't have any plan for 8,000. Is that fair to say?
I think it's a challenge about what what it means for the remainder. Now, let me say a few things though about the planning list. Individuals who are on the planning list, but who are not, that may still receive services from DBHDD and the provider network. So they might be receiving family support services of some kind. So it does allow a connection to the system that when there is a need, some of those needs can be met, even if it is not in the form of a full comprehensive waiver that has been approved.
Do you know what that number is?
The number of individuals that are receiving some kind of service? No, I do not. I think we could get that, though. Yeah, yeah.
Good.
Thank
Good
you.
questions. Representative Benton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got several questions, and if I go on too long, just turn my mic off. On page 8 of your presentation, you were talking you're talking about the adjustments that you've been made, and one of them is TRS adjustment. How many employees do you have that are members of that retirement system? Do you know?
I have to defer to my colleagues. They might know.
Yeah, we're not sure of the exact number. That's kind of a new one for us. The teacher retirement system increase is related to a contract we have with the AU, Augusta University. They administratively and provide staff support as well at our Augusta campus. So the funding for that is related to their increase, and they put that in our budget for the first time this year.
So they are already members of teacher retirement. Y'all are just paying for it now. Okay. All right. On page 9, going to kind of go along with what Representative Oliver was talking about a while ago. It seems like we fund and the number never goes down. But on these new waivers that we're going to fund, what percentage of the cost that it takes to keep up somebody are those waivers paying for? Is it 100%? Is it 75%? Am I being clear on that?
I'm not sure.
Or do they have to make
understand
do
the
with
question.
whatever they get?
The waiver pays 100% of the cost.
100%. Okay.
No matter what the individual needs. So our comp waiver is comprehensive waiver. That's a little bit of this difference. So the comprehensive waiver is comprehensive. It includes residential, which the now waiver does not include. And that's basically the difference between the two. The comp waiver is capped aggregately at the waiver level. So one individual could cost a lot, and they're not capped. So it meets their needs, whatever those needs are, as long as the whole waiver doesn't exceed the cost of institutional care. That's the requirement by the feds. The now waiver is cost capped per individual at no more than, it's 25, but a lot of times we can do a $5,000 bump for a limited amount of time. So $30,000 is the limit. If someone's on the now waiver and their needs are below $30,000, they're in the now waiver until a time that their needs may exceed that. If their needs do exceed the $30,000 cap and they're legitimate needs, they move to the comp waiver automatically. And that's why the planning list gets a little complicated, is because that now person could now jump onto a comp waiver automatically. But yeah, the comp waiver pays for all the needs, 100%. The now waiver pays 100% of what they need up to the 30,000.
Would it be safe to say that most of the now people are living at home with
Yes.
maybe a parent?
They
Yes.
are, or independently, but need less support in the community than the people coming on.
Okay. These waivers that we're going to be funding this next time, are they divided around the state, or are they located in one or two counties?
So one thing critical, first of all, if I haven't been clear, the focus of the settlement agreement, this is one of the challenges that we have, that there has been this intense focus on moving individuals from hospital to community. So frankly, there has been an awful lot of effort on those highest level needs. But the geographic needs, most in need, overrides geography. So it really is by meeting our criteria of most in need that folks would
Okay,
be
so
moved to community.
it's possible that not all of them would be in the Atlanta
Oh,
metropolitan-
correct.
Okay.
Yes, yeah,
Moving down to the adult mental health,
yes.
supported housing, how do they qualify for that?
So they have to, for our Georgia Housing Voucher Program, they have to meet clinical criteria that's spelled out actually in the original settlement agreement. So they have to, once again, it's sort of the most in need by seriousness of the illness.
So they don't all qualify?
No, correct.
Okay. What do you do with those people that don't qualify?
tried, providers work closely with them to provide other kinds of, there are other housing supports that are available, but these dollars are limited to that highest need population.
Okay. Under the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, where's that going to be put?
So we're debating between either Fulton or the Savannah Coastal or Region 5 area, looking at both need and readiness to stand up that service.
But if you built it at Savannah, would that mean that people in my home county of Jackson would have to travel all the way to Savannah?
So we have there are two crisis service possibilities that are available in communities throughout the state. There are crisis stabilization units, and there are behavioral health crisis center. The behavioral health crisis center is a sort of a more comprehensive version, but yeah, folks go to their nearest crisis center when in crisis.
And one other question, kind of piggybacking on Representative Kirby about the hospitals that are closed. Do y'all have those staffed every day? Is there someone in those areas every day?
We've streamlined down to a very minimal staff of maintenance and oversight staff.
Are they there mainly to make sure that the properties don't get vandalized and that type of thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Representative Henson.
Thank you. Decided to read a bunch of newspapers this past weekend, or maybe it was yesterday. One of the articles that they were bringing up was dealing with the opioid situation, addiction problem, etc. How dealing with children, bringing this into the classrooms, talking to them about how even though your mom or dad might have a prescription drug and it might be safe for them, but it's not safe for you, and trying to address it. Is this anything that you'll have some involvement with, and is this successful? I mean, I think it's absolutely essential to be talking to our youth and making them understand that this is not the direction that they want to be going.
Yeah, thank you. It's such an important issue. The opiate epidemic really has had a dramatic impact on every state. So we are in the process of applying. There are federal dollars that are coming down through the Cures Act, and so we have a team of folks that are applying for those federal dollars specifically, really in response to some of the opiate concerns. But we absolutely, our work is our addictive disease work runs the gamut from prevention to treatment to recovery. So all of those aspects, including education across the developmental stages, we see that as critical.
But is this just like in a pilot stage? Is this something that was just being talked about? Is this something that's really being done in the schools? Or is this something I should be asking Department of Ed instead of you?
So I'm not familiar with the specific program that you're talking about, so I'm not sure of the level of action on that in Georgia, but I can say there's been a heightened awareness about the need to have important education around the opiate crisis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for everything you're doing.
Thank you. We've got a great team.
Representative Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. This is sort of let you shoot from the hip. What would be the number of waivers awarded, do you feel like, in the remainder of 17 and FY18? Just a rough number that's a target that you would like to see completed.
By this, you mean how many people will be served? We'd like to use all the funds that you give us and meet all of the targets that we have, and in fact, we'd love to do more. and really believe that the planning list is a demonstration of the need that exists in the state. And I want to commend the work of our team and the provider network, because I believe we are more ready really to serve some of the need that exists in Georgia. And I don't know if we could say that a couple of years ago, but we've really made tremendous advances, and we'd love to make a more progress against the planning list. It is a source of frustration.
500?
Maybe 700? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a target. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Really informative presentation and great questions. I know you'll be back
you.
with some information
Yes.
through Leo to help us all understand the questions that were asked. And just make sure include him on anything that
We
you
will.
send. I know Representative Oliver asked for some. But appreciate you. Appreciate
you.
all you're doing. It is a much better day. It's hard to see because the population and the people with problems continue to grow. So do not be frustrated. Let's all continue.
Thank you. Y'all have been so supportive of our mission, and just want to acknowledge that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and so next we will hear from the Department of Human Services, and I believe I saw Commissioner Crittenden, and probably others. Another great team.
Does everyone have our presentation?
We do.
Okay.
We do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for asking me to come present the governor's budget proposal for the Department of Human Services in fiscal year 2018. Bobby Cagle, director of our Division of Family and Children's Services, had an emergency, so Cliff O'Connor, the DFACS CFO, is here to present the details of the DFACS proposal. Our vision, as you all know, is to build stronger families for a stronger Georgia. And I'm moving on. I'll tell you when I'm turning the page. I'm on page 3 now. In fiscal year 2017, DHS and its attached entities had about $1.78 billion in funding to protect and serve Georgia's vulnerable populations. This number comprises both federal and state funds. Moving through page 4. Now let's take a look at the governor's budget recommendations. On page 5, the overall proposed budget is set forth. It's about $732.3 million in state funds for FY18. This slide shows the common changes, which include statewide adjustments, merit raises, workers' comp changes, etc. On page 6, I'd like to turn your attention to this next area. The governor is proposing additional funds this year to allow the department to hire 25 new HR staff. Industry standards for human resources best practice is to have 1 HR worker for every 100 employees. As you can see from the chart, the department has 60 HR staff to support our agency of 9,000 employees, or 1 HR worker for every 150 employees in the department. The HR caseload has risen as the department has been able to beef up its field staff in child protective services, economic assistance, and adult protective services during the last 3 years. And our ability to recruit and support those 800 new staff at the administrative level has not kept up. In addition, our HR team performs recruiting, hiring, retention activities, training, onboarding, employee relations work, etc. The governor has proposed adding $2.5 million to the budget, which will allow us to bring our HR caseload closer to the industry standard, giving us 1 HR worker for every 106 employees. Next, I'd like to turn your attention to the IES program, or Georgia Gateway. One continuation from the amended 17 budget is an additional allocation for the maintenance and operation of the state's new integrated eligibility system, or Georgia Gateway. Our team worked through the weekend to change over the system so that most programs could go live today in Henry County for the pilot phase of the project. And it's going very well. You can ask me questions. The pilot launching today covers about 154,436 active cases in food stamps, medical assistance, child care, and TANF. This includes all active cases from Right from the Start Medicaid and Peach Care for Kids, because those programs have switched over to the new system statewide as of this morning. The pilot phase of the project will last 90 days to allow us to better understand how this system will work in a real-world environment before we begin to roll it out across the state. To prepare for the pilot, we have trained 700 staff across all Georgia Gateway agencies, including DPH, DCH, DCAL, and DFACS. We also have experienced staff and our vendor in all 15 locations for the next 90 days, providing over-the-shoulder support to staff as they become accustomed to the new system. The map on the slide shows where implementation will begin for most programs after the successful pilot. The light blue area is scheduled for a spring implementation. The dark blue area is scheduled for implementation in summer. The governor has proposed adding $10.9 million to the department's budget to assist with the successful implementation and the continued maintenance and operations of the system. Moving on to slide 8, one major benefit of this new system is the way it enhances our ability to prevent and detect fraud. On the front end, it will alert us if we have multiple households reporting the same information, such as address or a phone number. It will also increase the speed at which we are able to verify reported income. After benefits have been administered, the system will also monitor the use of those benefits and alert us of unusual activity that could indicate fraud. For example, if an EBT card is being used out of state more than it is used in state, or if multiple EBT cards are run at one location after hours. Those are usually indicators of fraud or EBT trafficking. Until now, our workers have had to manually search for these things. Georgia Gateway automates and makes that fraud prevention and detection work more efficient. Moving on to slide 9. This slide summarizes the governor's recommendations for new funding in fiscal year 18. The governor's recommended budget for fiscal year 18 includes additional funding for 5 program areas, including the Georgia Gateway project and the additional HR positions that we just discussed. These include 11 new adult protective services staff. This allocation would support retention efforts for the case managers the department has been able to add over the last 3 years through additional supervisory support. In elder community living services, the governor has also requested an additional $750,000 to support home-delivered and congregate meal services, as well as $4.2 million to expand the reach of the non-Medicaid home and community-based services program. This program comprises a variety of services that help older and disabled adults remain in their communities, including support for caregivers. Moving on to slide 10. In addition to the new funding for fiscal year 18, Governor Deal has recommended a continuation from amended fiscal year 2017 allocation that supports a grant for services that support people dealing with Alzheimer's and for a new position in our Forensic Special Initiatives Unit. And now I'd like to turn it over to Cliff to go over the DFACS portion of the budget.
Good afternoon. I'm on slide 13. I'm going to go over the governor's state-funded requests for child welfare services. The first item is to increase funds for salaries for child welfare staff by an average of 19%. This was basically take the salaries for our 3 types of child welfare workers and their supervisors to the current market average as determined by the State Personnel Administration. We've been challenged by a lot of turnover in our child welfare workforce, so we think this would be greatly helpful to us in terms of reducing our turnover and really developing our workforce. The second item that we have is provide funds for 80 additional employees for foster care support services in the amount of $2.8 million. Often our line staff are very busy managing the case in court and doing investigations. The intent behind this money is not to fund caseloads of foster care case management. It's to support caseloads to the foster parent so that if a foster parent has a need, they have someone they can call beyond the case manager to help them. If there's a behavior problem, a transportation problem, it's one of the issues that we sometimes hear from our foster parent network, that our workers are busy and they can't always be as responsive as we would like them to be. The third item is a recommendation that came out of the governor's advisory group on reforming child welfare. It was partially implemented, and this year this would fully implement it in state fiscal year 18. It calls for an additional 27 employees to become full-time supervisor mentors. These mentors are really targeted to work with our supervisors. There's a lot of content knowledge that you have to be a supervisor in the child welfare fields. Some of our supervisors haven't been around all that long themselves, so it's really a one-on-one, very intense work with the supervisor and try and build up their knowledge base in all the different subject areas that they really need to understand quite well to be a supervisor, including the court process, behavioral care issues, substance abuse issues, domestic violence, all those kinds of things. The next item is in the out-of-home care program budget. It's a state funds increase of $30.9 million. This is really a utilization increase. Out-of-home care is where we pay for both foster parents, private foster care agencies, group homes, relative care. You may remember that in the amended budget for this year, you saw an amount that was almost that high. The utilization was pretty robust over the last couple years. So this, while it looks like a very large amount, it only allows for 0.7% growth in next state fiscal year from this state fiscal year. So we're really assuming that the growth rate will slow down in the foster care population. The last item is a state funds request for $3.9 million. This would increase the daily per diem for DFACS foster homes by 57%. This initiative is targeted at DFACS foster homes. It didn't include the private agencies. I know that's been a subject of a lot of discussion, so I just did want to point that out. That's really a summary of the programmatic increases related to state funds and child welfare. If you'll turn the page to 14, you will see there's changes in several program budgets that really all reflect the same program change. It's basically pulling child care revenue out of our department. DECAL is the lead agency for child care. They currently contract with us for eligibility services. With the IES system coming up, they believe they can directly manage that without our assistance next year. So we're basically zeroing out that revenue, and they would provide the eligibility services themselves out of their program budget. That's the conclusion of my presentation. We'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
I believe Representative Broderick, did you, or Representative Kirby? Which one? Okay. First.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your HR positions, if my math is right, you're looking at somewhere between around $32,000–34,000 a year salary on that. So this is be more of an HR administrator as opposed to an HR manager that you're looking?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And are they going to be throughout the state, or?
The intent is that we just recently went through a transformation in our HR department where we've restructured it and we focused people out in the state more. And so the intent is that these individuals would be in the state, mainly in HR generalist kind of positions.
Okay. And then on your new 80 DFACS workers, that looks like that's around $30,000 a year, give or take?
Yeah, a little less than that.
Well, that seems kind of where we are now before the 19% increase. Are we got enough money in there for 80?
Well, the expectation with these staff is that they would not be degreed social service case managers. They would often have a lower educational background and employment background. So we expect it would be paid less than the social service case managers, because most of them would come in now at $35,000. So this would be positions that would be definitely paid at a lower rate.
And so they're not, you're not what are you looking for them to do if they're not going to be at that case manager level?
It'd be nice to have at least a high school degree and some experience working with kids. We're looking at more to do with things like child transportation, helping out the foster parent if there's a behavior issue in the home, those kinds of things. These staff would not be responsible for going to court, doing investigations, or determining permanency plans for kids. It would really be there to help support the foster parent, somebody that they could call.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next, Representative Oliver.
Thank you. And like Representative Benton, just cut off my mic when I have gotten confused about the family foster care parents who are receiving the increase and those who are not.
Mm-hmm.
The private family foster care in the private providers are not receiving the increase. What percentage of foster care children, I'm talking only family care, I'm talking only family care, not the enhanced, not the waiver children, what percentage of the foster care family placements are in private care and what percentage are in direct defects care?
The number in private foster care agencies and defects homes is both very similar. It tends to run around 3,300 kids a month, so it's very much similar.
It's equal.
It's equal, pretty much, yeah.
You spent, we appropriated $5 million to recruit foster care parents directly into your supervision, not for the private providers, or was it for both?
They could go either place. We were spending the money to do the recruitment campaign, but we were certainly happy if they chose to go with the CPA agency also.
Did you increase the number of foster care families?
We've seen an increase. We reached our bottom in 2014, and we've seen a modest increase in the foster care families. We still are down from where we were in 2008, 30%. So we saw a pretty steady decline from 2008 to 2014, and then we bottomed out and have had modest increases since then.
I remember a number of about 2,000 on a list, but again, that was your maximum list. And what's the real number of family foster care providers by you that's doubled by the private providers?
Well, overall, we have 13,000 kids in foster care, but they're mixed because some of them will be with relatives.
I'm talking about foster care families. I'm sorry, foster care parents.
We have.
How many do you have?
We have, as of December 2016, we have 2,324.
And that's all defect supervision?
That's just defects homes, not the private agencies.
Okay. AmeriGroup had let me back up. What's the policy about enhancing the salary increases for the defect supervised family, but not increasing for the private agency families? What's the policy? Because it's recommendation.
I think the thinking, as OPB was looking at it, is they saw, quite candidly, us as being the weakest link of the placement system. If you looked at the out-of-home care placement budget, 8% of the spending was going to defects foster homes. They'd seen that there'd been a long-term decline in the number of defects foster homes. And so I think the recommendation that came out of OPB was really focused on trying to leverage the money with the area that looked like it was frankly the weakest and also the least expensive per unit, because the defects foster homes will typically just pay the foster parent, and working through our private provider network, it tends to be a little bit more expensive.
Do you agree with that analysis?
That it's the weakest leg?
No, that it's the right policy to enhance this 3,300 but not this 3,300.
The OPB director did send out a invitation to both the Senate and the House staffs last week, and there was basically a request to get back together again to talk about perhaps expanding some increase to both the CPA and the defects foster homes. So I think there's basically a reconsideration of that going on at this point.
Thank you. I think that might need to be reconsidered. I'm not sure, but I'm glad the conversation's going on. Last question, Madam Chair. AmeriGroup has had a contract to do some transitional services for Medicaid for aging out kids. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Not really, no, ma'am.
Okay, I'll get back to you on
Okay.
that.
Okay, next, Representative Henson.
Thank you, and I'm going to follow up on Representative Oliver's questions in terms of the private home versus your defacts homes. Tell me what a private home is. I guess I need that explanation again.
Okay. The types of placements defacts makes will be relatives, defacts foster homes, what we call CPAs, child placing agencies, which are licensed child welfare agencies in the state who can basically recruit and have their own foster homes. And so a licensed foster home under a CPA can either report to that CPA, be paid by that CPA, or they can be a foster home to defacts. And then we have some other placement types, like for institutional care, that we call child caring institutions. So a foster parent can either choose to be affiliated with defacts and just be a direct defacts foster home, or they can choose to be affiliated with one of the private agencies that we have. Many of the private agencies come out of the faith-based origins, and some of the foster parents find that they can get more support and responsiveness through some of the CPA homes. So we need foster homes, so it's two different mechanisms of coming into the system. I'd say overall, one general trend that you see is that CPA agencies tend to take higher needs kids on average than do defacts homes. And then just with the way the rate structure works, they tend to be more costly per unit than do defacts foster homes.
Now, with regard to higher needs kid, and that, of course, oftentimes is the medically needy, such as I've had in my area, some folks that are incredible in taking these children. Now, regardless of which they were within, they'd still be paid a higher amount because of, or does Medicaid come in and pay all of the higher needs, especially when it comes to medically needy? And children with a lot of physical disabilities.
All kids
And
in
or
foster
mental.
care basically have Medicaid and will be on the AmeriGroup
Yeah.
plan, so they have access to some services there. What we also see is that kids who are medically needy often need more parental type supervision. And so they can either be with a defacts home or a CPA home, but it would tend to be more likely that they would be with a CPA home, especially if they were fragile. One of the things that happens with a CPA home is that we pay the agency who provides some support to that home, so they don't have to rely just upon a defacts worker. And then there's a process while we have a base rate for foster care that is currently the same for defacts foster homes and CPA foster homes. An agency can request a waiver of that base rate if the needs of the kids justify it. And so we tend to see that CPA homes, if they have a medically fragile kid, will often ask for a waiver of the base rate because of the level of supervision that child needs.
Another question. We, of course, hear a lot over the years about abuse of the child by foster parents. Is it higher within one group than another group? With the defacts foster parents or the CPA foster parents?
I would have to pull that data for you. It's a fractional 1%, I know, because I see the reoccurrence amounts within the federal standard that I think is like, 0.6 of 1%. So it's a very low threshold. But we could pull that data for you and look at it if you'd like.
Okay, and I'm, like Representative Oliver, I'm very glad that you're going back and reevaluating, increasing the fees for the defacts foster parents, along with this, excuse me, I guess I said that wrong, that you're looking at increasing the fees for the private homes or the private groups, along with the defacts foster parents. I think there should be a comparable. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Benton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of simple questions. On your slide 13, on your out of care, the increased funds for the Division of Family and Children Services, foster parent per diem rate by 57. What did that raise that up to?
We have a base foster care rate that's based on the age of the child, so it was going to take the age of a child from birth to age 5 from $15.27 a day to $24.36 a day, a child age 6 through 12 from $17.26 a day to $27.65 a day, and for a child age 13 and over from $19.65 a day to $29.62 a day.
So those are pretty significant increase.
Correct.
For two of the groups. The other one wasn't that high, but the middle age didn't seem to be too high. Was there any request by your agency for increased funding for the Kindred Care?
No, there was not.
Can I ask why?
We couldn't fit it within our budgetary targets, but I will say the same directive that we got from OPB to talk with House and Senate staff also recommended that we have further discussion on the kinship care issue. It's one of the things that I think House and Senate members have expressed some interest to.
Yeah,
OPB.
we had a study committee on that, and seemed like this committee gave a raise to the Kindred Care folks, wasn't it, last year, Madam Chair? That. Yeah, it wasn't, but it was just maybe $1 a day. But it seems like that if that Kindred Care group if their stats are correct and they're saving the state about $10 million a year, that we could be able to come up with a little bit more for that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for any of the members? Anything you'd like to conclude with?
No, as always, we appreciate the opportunity to come and present the budget in front of you, to present the budget to you, and please feel free to get back to us if any of you have any questions or anything. We'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we are about to move into the public hearing phase of the meeting. And I tell y'all what, I know everybody's been sitting a long time. Why don't we take literally very fast a 5-minute stretch, and I'll tell you who's up. The first two are the Council on Developmental Disabilities and CASA. So we want to be in the room for those, and then we've got a large number of y'all that are patiently waiting. So everybody just needs to stretch, or you need to run, dash anywhere for a second. Elizabeth.
Leo, I was just going to ask, are the original letters we sent to the committee for the FY18 included in today's material for them? Or is that just something you saw earlier? Okay. Because I didn't bring a handout for today.
We'll try to make it work. Let's see. Leo, can we make that microphone work? Yeah, we got it. We got it. Ooh, this room is kind of chilly. Keep everybody sort of awake. Sort of awake. Woo. All right, if I can get the committee back in here, we'll get started. Well, Mary Margaret. Okay, I think most of us are back in the room, and we'll get situated, and we can start. First of all, we'll start first of all with the Georgia Council on Developmental Disabilities. If y'all would introduce yourself as you speak to make sure everyone, I can't imagine anyone not knowing you, but just in case.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I truly appreciate the time to come before you today, and I will be prompt. I know there's lots of people who have needs to present to you. I am the Public Policy Director with the Georgia Council on Developmental Disabilities, and sitting with me is my colleague Elizabeth Apley, who is also, I'm happy to say, doing some work with the Council on our legislative priorities. The mission of the Georgia Council on Developmental Disabilities is to bring about social and policy changes that promote opportunities for people with developmental disabilities and their families to live, learn, work, and play, as well as worship in Georgia communities. Today, I have 2 budget requests that fall within the scope of the work of this committee that I'd like to speak with you about. So first, I would like to talk to you about something that we've heard a lot of testimony about so far, and that is to address the very long, in fact, the longest Medicaid waiver wait list here in Georgia. And today we know, according to data provided by the Department of Community Health as of September 30th, that we have a wait list of at least 8,698. I want to call your attention to, in your packet, you actually have this chart provided by DCH. It gives a breakdown of the waiting list by Medicaid waiver And you can see that the data as of September 30th shows that there's the waiting list in total of 8,698, but it is also broken down into short-term and long-term. And as of this date, it says that the short-term planning list is 3,121 and the long-term planning list is 5,577. And so these are individuals who have gone through the eligibility, the screening process, and have been determined to be eligible for services under the DD waiver. So we know today that these families, and these are just the ones that we know of, and we feel that this is not even what perhaps is out there. There's other families who may not even know what services are available or who have not gone through this process. As well, you all will have seen that the governor has made a recommendation in his budget for 2018 for 250 new DD waivers. These, however, are only to address the requirements of the extension agreement. And while we certainly support and recognize the importance of this, it does very little to anything to address the waiting list that we've been speaking of. And in fact, over the course of the settlement agreement, the original settlement agreement, it's our understanding that there have been 575 waivers that have been provided during the course of that settlement agreement, but the waiting list has grown by over 5,000 people during that time period. So we are growing the waiting list at a much higher rate than we're able to address it. And so we have an ask before you today of $24.2 million that would fund at least 500 additional waivers above the request put in by the governor. We have had conversations with the department to verify how many folks that they can serve, that they feel that they can serve, and this number was developed in conjunction and in partnership to ensure that they felt that they could do this. So that's $24.2 million for a full year of funding for at least 500 new DD waivers. We want to also ask you, we want to partner with you all here at the Georgia General Assembly, as well as the department. We would like to have a multi-year strategy to really end the waiting list. And we ask you to work with us and do this for our citizens in Georgia who deserve no less. I'm going to move on to the second request. I want to be respectful of your time. So Georgians with intellectual and developmental disabilities currently have fewer options than many of us do who can attend a traditional post-secondary and college program. The inclusive post-secondary education programs were developed with the intention to address the need because many of these students cannot qualify for traditional college programs. Many have a special ed diploma, not a traditional high school diploma, and this is just one pathway. Many of you know I say our own because Charlie Miller interned with us, and he's such a phenomenal advocate. But Charlie Miller attends the Kennesaw State University Inclusive Post-Secondary Program, which was the first one that was started in 2009. We have now grown to 7 programs, and we're still growing. But that we still, in order to be able to continue to grow these programs, continue to expand them in Georgia, and frankly, provide scholarship opportunities that are equitable for these students, we have an ask before you of $300,000. $100,000 of that we would like to designate towards scholarships. Unfortunately, students in the inclusive post-secondary education programs are not able to access the HOPE scholarship. The IPSI, as we call it, programs are not degree programs. They don't have, so they don't have the same access to HOPE as do traditional students. And so we want to ensure that these students, that now we have these wonderful programs across the state of Georgia, after which the students complete, they not only have a higher likelihood of finding employment, but they earn higher wages when they do. So we ask that you favorably consider these two budget requests, and I would be more than happy to entertain any questions you all might have.
Yeah, sure. So I think Representative Henson has some questions. He's going to join us right here.
Wonderful.
It's best for CAD. CAB. Thank you. And I met with the folks from Kennesaw, and I was not aware of the program, and I was so impressed with these young adults. I mean, it's really, really impressive. Do we have other schools such as Kennesaw throughout the state of Georgia?
We do. We have 7. There are programs at Kennesaw, Georgia Tech, Columbus State, East Georgia, UGA, Albany Tech has come on board, as well as Georgia State University, and more are scheduled to come on board in the next few years.
This is wonderful. Are they eligible for the Pell Grant?
So how that works is that the school has to apply for a certification called CTP, and I believe the acronym is Certified Transition Program, but essentially Kennesaw State and I believe Georgia Tech have applied and received that. So once the school has that, then yes, they can access Pell, but still the students cannot access HOPE.
Madam Chair, is this an impossibility for them to ever access HOPE? Is it structured in such a way? I'm sorry, I don't remember. I don't know if anyone else on the committee does.
The reason I thought HOPE was not available to disabled students is they don't extend HOPE to part-time students. But my information is a little bit old on that, because I remember helping an Agnes Scott student who wasn't getting HOPE because of not taking a full load. Is that still accurate?
You know, I think that, you know, we're watching this grow, and I chaired a study committee on post-secondary education and work, and I think it's something we've still got to continue to push forward, the concept, to figure out how we might possibly be able to come up with some grant. The HOPE is for college and technical college, and this, although it's college, it's not for a college degree.
Right.
So that makes it a little, that seems to be the catch.
Correct. It's
where
not
it
a
is right now.
degree program. Yes,
It's-
ma'am.
Into the technical?
No, because it's at our university, it's our Regent University System schools that are doing it. So, you know, it's certainly worth exploring to see what kind of a grant type opportunity or something.
Depending on the
could
school,
develop.
sometimes the students are auditing courses or taking traditional college courses, but there's not a certificate per se or of that nature when they come out. So I believe, as Madam Chair says, that is definitely an issue for these students.
As schools expand, though, the opportunity, you know, I think we need to continue to find ways to help, because most of the time parents have exhausted all of their resources to get their child to this point, particularly. So it's a particularly hard population. There are more, in recent years, at the study committee, it was brought forward that there are more who apply than can actually find the funding to go ahead with the program.
Right, and it's a fairly new program or programs in the state of Georgia. Parents did not know many years ago that such options would be available for their student, for their children, their young adults.
You know, I think and I would have to check on this, but Mary Margaret, I think there may be a possibility that the ABLE waiver may have some ways to link into that too, but that of course is the parents' funding and planning most
Are you
of the
referring
time.
to the ABLE legislation?
The account that you can develop? I feel like there's probably ways to pull funds out of there, but you have to have them to do that.
Right. It has to do with the ABLE has to do with protecting your assets.
Right.
But again, as you just so eloquently stated, the issue is oftentimes being able to have those assets in the first place. I can speak from experience that living with a disability and having a family member with a disability, it comes at a very high cost to families, and I know if it had been up to my own parents to be able to pay for my own college education, I would not have been able to go, and I know that's the case for many of these families in Georgia, and we just want to provide an equitable way for these students to be able to access these programs.
Very good. And let's see, Representative Kirby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you bringing these to us, especially this information on the IPSI and how important that is, and maybe it may be something that, and maybe not understand everything of this, but we're paying for 12 technical certificates right now through the HOPE grant that we've identified a needs for the jobs. Is there a possibility that a program could be developed in our technical colleges that, I know one size doesn't fit all, but you have a type of a program that might fit into that kind of role that people who wanted to could do that, or is that asking too much to try to develop a technical certificate under IPSI type programs?
So you're referring to the certification portion of it?
Well, if the governor's identified the 12 jobs like welding and LPNs and everything, that the HOPE grant, we pay all the tuition for those students who want to go to those programs. So if we had something that might fit for a lot of these people, it would, in the IPSI program through our technical colleges, that we could do a HOPE grant type program that would be just the 13th certification program that would be paid all the tuition through the HOPE grant.
Well, I think
it might take a study committee to figure out what that looks like, but would that be a possibility, or are they just too many different directions to even think about doing something like that?
Well, I think how I would choose to respond to you is to say, I think you're asking the right questions, and we certainly want to have those conversations. I know I have had conversations with folks in Appropriations, Senator Hill and others, about what is the possibility for, can we make a sort of not necessarily HOPE, but a HOPE-like scholarship available for the students in these programs. I know we have, as I said, the technical colleges coming on board. So I would just say that I would certainly be interested in having conversations to explore what could be possible to have a sustainable kind of solution for these students to be able to access the program.
Great.
Great. Okay, I think that's all the questions.
Thank you again. And if any of you have any additional questions, I'm happy to talk with you one-on-one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dawn. Okay, so we'll switch over to this one. So as we continue, we'll switch back over to this microphone at the end of this side of the table. And so next, Dwayne Hathaway with Georgia CASA.
Madam Chair and the committee members, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Dwayne Hathaway, the Executive Director for Georgia CASA, that's Court Appointed Special Advocates. Georgia CASA is a founding entity for CASA. Throughout Georgia, we were established some 28 years ago to go throughout the state working with community leadership and judicial leadership to establish a volunteer advocacy program to advocate for the best interests of children that have been in foster care. So today I just wanted to thank you very much for the support that we've received over the years and last year, and come back to you this year for an additional funding to help continue our goal of serving all the children that, with a cost of volunteer that's been abused and neglected that's in foster care. The budget request this year is for $1.5,800,000 as a continuation of our strategy around serving all the children Fulton and DeKalb. That is, last year we approached y'all with the same request for serving all the children in Fulton and DeKalb as part of that budget last year. We have, with the funding that we received last year, we've applied a good portion of that to the Fulton and DeKalb programs to help them build the infrastructure to serve more children. The model, as you can see on your handout, is one volunteer, one supervisor for each 30 volunteers that serve approximately 2.5 children. So the model is based on that. The funding is based on that model. The other funding for $700,000 would be to continue to increase the capacity throughout the state. We have 45 other affiliates aside from Fulton and DeKalb. 45 other affiliates represent another 144 counties out there. So the $700,000 would be to help those 47 continue to increase their capacity, as well as help us move into some of those counties that are not served by CASA. We've just, since this flyer was prepared, we've been asked to come into Colquitt County, Moultrie, which is part of the Thomasville area down there circuit. So we'll be moving into that. So this funding helps toward expansion and helps for capacity building. As you can see the trend, and I'm sure you've heard the trend in over the last few years as number of children in foster care has spiked. Last year was from last year to this year, 13% increase. So we appreciate all your support. We ask you to consider that request for us this year. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Well, I think we're well aware of the good work you do, and the only thing holding anyone back in this opportunity are those dollars to expand,
Sure.
like you say, to reach the capacity that truly needs your services. So thank you, Dwayne.
Thank you.
Next is Edwina Turner from Stewart County Family Connection Coordinator. And as Edwina comes in, I want the committee to know she's left us a little treat over here, over my shoulder. Don't leave the room, committee members, without something special over there. A little brown bag. There's nothing like contraband in the little brown bag. Let me make that real clear. Maybe a little sugar. That's about it.
Got a little speech here. I'd like to say good afternoon, and my name is Edwina Turner, and I'm the Stewart County Family Connection Coordinator. I also serve as Region 8 Chairperson for Georgia Family Connection. That's in the southwestern corner of the state. There are 16 counties in my region that I serve. I'd first like to say thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee for the continued support to Family Connections that you've given us over the years, and for your seeing me today. I come before you today on behalf of all 159 counties that comprise the Georgia Family Connection Network. I'm very proud and honored because this is a one-of-a-kind network. No one else in the United States has a network like this. Georgia Family Connection exists to craft local solutions based on local decisions to the issues faced by our children and our families. Our network is supported at the state level by Georgia Family Connection Partnership. Across the state, our Family Connection focuses on 5 measurable result areas. Each county adopts a priority based on indicators of child well-being unique to their area. Our work falls under 5 result areas. They are children born healthy, children primed for school, children succeeding in school when they get there. They live in stable, self-sufficient, productive families, and they live in vibrant, thriving communities. Let me explain. In my county alone, along with other counties, the resources are very, very, very limited. So an example, several of them. When you get a call on a Monday morning and the temperature has dropped to 30 degrees and your principal calls and says, hey, Miss Turner, can you call that local clothes closet to see if we've got a coat? I've got a 7-year-old that doesn't have a coat and it's 30 degrees out. And she goes home that afternoon with a coat because you've made that connection. On Friday, when you stand there when the buses are loading and you help your local food pantry give out food bags, because for some of those children, their next meal will be Monday at school when they eat. Or in the store, when you see an elderly lady that comes up to you shining her shoes saying, look, I didn't know I could get diabetic shoes in my area. Thanks for the health fair that you helped put on, because I didn't know that I could get that. Or when you see the local little child bragging about his backpack of his back-to-school goodies that he got at the back-to-school bash, because all of my partners and other coordinator partners did this back-to-school bash so those children have what they need to go back to school. Each of you have in front of you the data about your area, the family and children in your district, as well as the examples that are being done in your area at each collaborative. I'm here today on behalf of my county and my colleagues to ask you to respectfully restore our funding back to $50,000, which it was in '09. We currently receive $47,000 a year per county, so an additional $3,000 would put us back to the 50. This is in item number 28.21 on page 51 of your tracking document. Our network has shown that we leverage the dollars we receive from you on behalf of our children and families and put these limited resources to great use. The restored $3,000 will go a long way to help us do our work and to leverage additional resources for our communities. I believe this is especially important in communities like mine, which often get overlooked because we're so small. Our GFCP network share the belief that growth and prosperity in our state is deeply rooted in our individual communities and in the health and well-being of our children and families in our area. I'm so grateful, and I know that my colleagues across the state join me in thanking you for the opportunity to thank you in person, for the continued support that you've given and an investment you've made in the critical work that we do, and for your consideration of restoring our funding back to $50,000. And I challenge each person in this room today to go to gafcp.org, and you can find your local coordinator, and he or she has her information on there. Look it up, find out what's going on in your area, and try and attend a meeting. They're usually monthly. Mine is the first Thursday of the month at a local library at 10 o'clock. If anyone you want to come, I'll be glad to have you there. So I'll open up for any questions if you have any. If not, if I don't have the answer, I've got a network behind me that I can connect you to get that answer.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Oliver.
I hate to speak against the interest of my big county, but I think I'm going to ask this question anyway. I have been very impressed with the visibility of Family Connection in small counties, particularly counties that may be poor. I wonder if y'all have ever thought about making a proposal that really goes at the poorest counties of Georgia. I just want you to consider that, because y'all have a bigger impact in those small counties. It's significant in my view.
Yeah, Representative. Does she have her button? Have you got it on? Representative Henson. Yeah.
And just to follow up on hers, you're asking for an additional $3,000 per county.
Correct.
And again, in DeKalb County, and I mean, we love to have the extra money, make no mistake about it, but it gets lost. But it doesn't get lost in a smaller county. It's a lot of money to a smaller county. And, you know, and I love the program you've had over the years. You've done phenomenal work. And I love having you.
Well, thank you.
But I don't know if there's I'll just sort of reiterate what she said. Going forward into the future, but bringing up at this point would be great. All of them. And thank you so much for coming and presenting and talking to us.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Representative Epps, Chairman Epps, right there. Do you? Oh, I'll get it.
Talk loud, that's fine.
Okay, real loud.
No. Tweech County would be one that would benefit from your request, and I appreciate you asking for this because I've witnessed those kids getting those backpacks and getting those coats, and we make a big day out of it in 3 different stations in the county, and it's humbling to see things you never envisioned that you would see in and amongst your communities. But Family Connections is it exists a lot on self-raised funds that Family Connections director takes upon him or herself to carry forward. So I congratulate you on what you do. I thank you for what you do, and you have a servant's heart, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Well, I will tell you thank you too. I serve on the board of my local collaborative and have for a very long time. And it is true that in our counties that are not perhaps in the metro areas, we move out more and more rural, a little bit goes much farther. So we hear you. And I think that was a profound statement from some of our city people to offer that. Yeah. Anybody want to throw in? Yeah. No.
Some of you may be surprised. You may be surprised when, and I'm not, believe me, I've spent a lot of time in Atlanta. Emory was a second home for a while. When you go just around the corner and there's a gas station or there's a grocery store, and my nearest grocery store where I can get a gallon of milk, I drive 30 minutes to it. And that's that. I mean, and gas is the same way. So I have to make arrangements to get gas before I go home or get my milk. And you just don't run back up to the store where we're at. You have to make arrangements. So it is very, and we believe it or not, we have children in our communities that have never been to a quote unquote mall because they just can't do it. So, and it's hard, and it's very hard. But appreciate you, and please consider that.
Well, thank you for the work that you're doing, and I'm
you.
sure we're all going to enjoy our treat a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so next, Stan Jones with Together Georgia, and I'll tell you who'll be up after him is Carl Lehman, I believe, with Chalcott.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you for listening, and thank you for your help over several years. Helen Sloat and I have had the privilege of representing Together Georgia, which is the trade association for many of the child serving agencies for several years. We're in an extraordinary time when child welfare reform, mental health, education reform are at the apex of public attention. There's no better opportunity than that. We've had extraordinary leadership with DFACS, both with the executive director of Together Georgia, Ron Scroggie, and of course with Bobby Cagle and his excellent team. The private providers are partners to them. We care for about half the kids. This has come up this morning. Some of those are in child placing agencies. Some of those are in the residential group homes or larger residential settings like the Methodist Home or Goshen Valley. We appreciate the visits you've had to Goshen Valley in 2015 and to the Methodist Home in Macon in 2016. The next thing I'm going to say would be similar to the groan that occurred in the fourth quarter last night. So the next 8 or 10 speakers are members of Together Georgia, and they all wanted to come and talk about some things that are more topical than the last time we've presented, largely around the issue of the private foster parents and the child placing agencies. So I thought to facilitate some of this discussion in the next few minutes, we would make a few points and then folks can fill in. So hopefully we won't consume as much time in that mechanism. And also, two of the programs have brought foster parents with them who are working in the private sector. So we thought that might be a point of view y'all haven't heard. You're probably tired of listening to me and Ron and John and Carl anyhow. But some of these points came up in the colloquy with Representative Oliver and Cliff O'Connor. We have also been working with Cliff and Ashley to make sure we understand the numbers. And so as I think most of you know, the rates for the child placing agencies and the child caring institutions, the private foster parents and the residences, were set off cost reports in 2008. So that's 8 years ago now. Y'all have raised them twice, a total of about 4.5%. The department, in reporting to the federal child agencies last fall, said they're required to evaluate where the rates are currently, in relation to the reimbursement and the cost of delivering care. So last fall, the department reported that the rate of inflation since 2008 has been 18%. And those rates set on costs have risen only 4.5%. So what they identified was a 3-year project to try to grow the rates 6% over 3 years so that they would equal the rate of inflation since the last cost set in 2008. Some of the things in the governor's budget, they're wonderful. I mean, we support the increase in rates in the salaries for the caseworkers. You're not going to fix retention until we deal with issues like that. The private providers, the residential ones in particular, are in the same labor market. So if the salaries for the caseworkers come up 19%, that's going to push our market cost up as well. The proposed increase for the public foster parents, this is one thing the department didn't say this time, but I think it's very important. So those numbers were picked from a Department of Agriculture study about how much does it cost to raise a kid. Food, clothes. They subtracted health care, which comes from AmeriGroup for all the foster kids. They subtracted daycare, which comes through DECAL. So the effort was to look at what it costed each age cohort to raise a kid. Well, of course, those raises are necessary also for the private foster parents. And of the several thousand kids in private care, about half of those parents do not have a waiver. So they are directly equivalent to the public foster parents who are receiving the raise, so about 1,600 or so. We did work with the department and appreciated their support to get the cost of raising the rates for the foster parents who do not have a waiver already. That's about $8 million. Second point I'd like to make, there is actually the Kenny A settlement agreement for Fulton and DeKalb counties, which requires the rates to be the same for public and private parents. So there's a legal reason to equalize the raises as well. And then there would be an equity reason for the rest of the state. I'm not arguing for Fulton and County alone. I know that's always not the most popular thing. So the child caring institutions, the rate of inflation I was talking about, let's take, there's several levels of rates in each of these things. So there's 3 types of watchful oversight for the CPAs and 3 or 4 types for the residences as well. The amounts that are paid are for the room and board and the monitoring of the kids. They're not for the mental health services. That happens either through AmeriGroup and in some cases through Medicaid itself. DBHDD, all these wonderful things that they're doing are mostly for adults. They're not for kids, as the study committee has learned. So we're talking about the cost of room board and watchful oversight for the kids who are living in the residential programs. Those numbers are behind by the 18% that I mentioned, that the rate of inflation has grown since those rates were set. So At $175 a day, that means the cost is around $220 to $240, and Georgia's paying $175. I'm just making the math easier. So that's an operating loss for each day for each kid. And I don't know if some of the people here will say this later, they may not, but I know of a couple of providers who've written $100,000 checks for operating expenses as charitable gifts to these organizations. That's not sustainable over indefinitely. The partnership is the private providers do the facilities, they bring mission to the kids, but they can't lose money every day for the basic cost of caring for a kid and have that continue. And we're talking, again, you're talking about 3,000 or 4,000 kids of the 12,000 who are in the residences and 3,000 or 4,000 of the 12,000 who are in the private families. So I wanted to sort of say those things out loud first and then see what other things we might bring to the discussion that you haven't heard before. I know you've heard much of this. But we support what the governor's asking for. It's important that the caseworkers make enough money to stay in their jobs. You're funding vacancies now because you can't keep the caseworkers in the public system. We believe that the public parents and the private parents deserve a higher rate to cover their basic costs. We're not fighting with the department about that. The last thing I would say is another football metaphor. So you, as Cliff described, you've got money in the amended 17 to backfill the expected cost of room, board, and watchful oversight. I'm sorry, all out-of-home care. Public parents, private parents, child care institutions. And then there's a little bit more for fiscal year 18. But of course, what we do regularly is we backfill in the amended budgets what we learn is necessary to complete the year. So I think that is an opportunity. The rate of growth in the number of kids is leveling off. So there ought to be a way to find some room. And we'd like for y'all to instruct that the rate increases occur both for the private foster parents and for the residential programs in addition to the public ones. So I would say that is the budget equivalent of Rise Up. Thank you. I believe Carl has one of his foster parents here.
Next to Carl Lehman. We did have a question. Representative Oliver, can you hang on to your question just a minute, and we'll get back up here and revisit it.
Hi, I'm Carl Lehman. I'm the president of ChildKind, and I'm also the president of Together Georgia's board. And my objective today is for you not to listen to me, but to actually listen to one of our foster families. But the only thing I'll say as the president of Together Georgia board is just ditto what Stan has so eloquently said. And I have with me Deidre Gomez. She is a foster parent for ChildKind. She's actually serving a child that has a waiver, a rather substantial waiver. But I thought it a good thing just to hear, what it's like being a foster parent for a private provider in the system. So without anything else, Deidre?
Thank you. Hi. I've been a foster parent for ChildKind for almost 3 years. My foster child is severely disabled. She survived from a few weeks on life support due to a traumatic brain injury. As a result of her injury, she is epileptic, microcephalic, blind, G-tube dependent, severely developmentally delayed, nonverbal, and wheelchair dependent. She also suffered a stroke, and she has a blood clot in her leg. She sees 13 specialists on a pretty regular basis. I have to keep her out of school at least 1 day a week, just in order to take her to therapies and doctor appointments. She usually has 2 other medical appointments after school on 2 other days of the week. She has up to 4 hospitalizations and at least 5 emergency room visits per year, and I'm there with her each time. Fostering a medically fragile child is extremely challenging and requires a lot of special training and dedication. It requires a lot of mental, physical, and financial sacrifices. Medically fragile children cannot wait on anything, and they require 24-hour support. Childkind has been so incredibly supportive in all of these aspects. I would not have been able to do this without them, and no medically fragile child should be placed in any home without these types of supports in place. Childkind has helped me to purchase prescribed medicines for my foster child that weren't covered by her insurance. She needs a specialized stroller chair due to poor head and torso control that costs $5,000 and is not covered by insurance either. Childkind is also assisting me with obtaining the chair. I was already CPR certified when I became a Childkind foster parent, but it was the training that I received at Childkind that prepared me to actually save a life. And last year, I had to use CPR on my foster child, who nearly choked to death on her own secretions. All of the training at Childkind is very hands-on because they understand the importance of preparation, and they understand that medically fragile children may experience a variety of medical emergencies. In the middle of the night, I can call Childkind or one of their nurses for medical advice or support. I've even had a Childkind nurse to turn around after being an hour into a trip just to come and help me set up equipment for my foster child. Whenever I need something from my foster child, I call Childkind, and they advocate to get what she needs quickly. Medically fragile children require so many extras, such as hospital beds, wheelchairs, 24-hour monitoring, pulse ox machines, feeding machines, bath chairs, handicapped equipped vehicles, and home modifications. Some things are not covered by insurance and require foster parents to come out of pocket heavily. Some foster parents, such as myself, can't even keep a stable job due to the medical fragility of the child. Constant hospitalizations, doctor visits, and calls from schools to pick them up. I am one of those parents. I worked for United Healthcare for 7 years prior to becoming a foster parent, and I have not been able to return to or accept any other job due to the medical requirement of my foster child. If it had not been for the love I have for her and the support of Childkind, I would have given up a long time ago. With all this said, I stand before you as an advocate for all medically fragile placement agencies, all medically fragile foster parents, and most importantly, foster children. I am asking that you use parity in deciding rate increases and that your decision is inclusive of foster parents like me who work endless hours. I hope that you have listened with not only your ears, but your hearts. Thank you for your time.
Well, and thank you for your heart.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you all have any questions?
Are there any questions? Representative Oliver? Is that, no, not you? Who's buzzed over there? Is that? That was from the last time, Representative Oliver, so we'll just hang on to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And next, Allison Evans with Methodist Children's Home in Macon. And we did have a great tour there. Thank you.
Well, we were glad to have all of you that came to join us in Macon for our trip, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you here today. I would echo what has been said earlier and maybe just give you one of those real-life examples. Again, as a group, we absolutely support the increase that the DFACS workers are looking at, but how that would impact me, how it would impact the organization that I have that is serving approximately 5% of the kids in residential care across the state of Georgia, is that, right now we have bachelor's degrees professionals that are working for us in that $27,000 to $29,000 range. That's the starting salary for a private provider like me. If the DFACS workers go up to $35,000, I'm either going to have to match that, or what's going to happen? The unintended consequence is I'm going to then have that turnover problem. It's just going to be transferred from one portion of the population to another portion of the population. That gap is pretty significant for us to overcome as a nonprofit organization when you think about the spectrum that it covers across our care. We're required as providers to do allocation costs every year. And right now there's about a $2 million differential between what it costs us to provide the care and the care that we provide. That's without any of those increases. That 6.4% raise or increase to those per diems each for the next 3 years, that would cover about 25% of that gap each year. That would be amazing to have. So we're very, very supportive of that. But the real reason I came to talk to you today, instead of echoing that, is to give you an update on our little friend. For those of you who toured with us, and I'll change his name, I'm going to call him Charlie, but those of you who were with us met him. Charlie came to us when he was 11 and a half years old, and he's about to leave us. He's lived with us for about a year and a half, and he has successfully completed a treatment program at the Methodist Home that was for children who have been severely sexually abused, so much so that they have started to sexually act out. And these are for kids ages 6 to 12. Well, he successfully completed that program, and then he moved into our CCI unit, our regular child care unit. He's done really well there. Some of the things he's experienced while being with us, he attended his first college football game. Georgia Military College provided us with tickets, and we took all the kids over there. He's played soccer and lost weight. He got courtside tickets because one of our board members to a Mercer basketball game. Now, he was sitting right down the row from Representative Allen Peake. He thought he was some pretty high cotton there. And then one of the things that touched my heart, when they came out with free donuts, and they handed out dozen donuts here or there throughout the crowd, I'm going to call Charlie, because I won't use his real name. He took his dozen donuts and went out into the crowd and shared all of his donuts. We've taken him to the coast, where he went on a fishing boat and he caught a shark. That's just little boy stuff. He's gotten braces. He's gotten growth hormone treatments, because I went like this. He's a youngster that needed some specialized medical attention to help him. He's turned 13. He's proudly wearing a Mercer baseball cap all over campus. Thank you, sir. We've done our job. He's about to step down and go back and live with his dad. It's an exciting time for him. We've done a lot of good work. Our work isn't quite done, though, because his birthday list in January included some Dallas Cowboys gear, not some Atlanta Falcons gear. So we got a little more work we got to do with him. But he's the product of becoming a part of a licensed, accredited organization that's been here for over 140 years. I think you all saw firsthand, the work that we do. We're in it to stay. Methodist Home of the South Georgia Conference. We're serving children from all over Georgia. And we are grateful for your consideration to help keep some parity in our professional staff so we continue to administer the lives of these boys and girls. Madam Chair?
Are there any questions? Well, thank you. We saw firsthand, you're right, exactly the good work that you're doing, so we appreciate it. And thanks for sharing that story about our friend Charlie. That's great. That's
You
great.
bet. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next, Denise Peacock from Methodist Home. Also. And after Denise, we'll have, I believe it says Norma Adams Bloom. Yeah.
I'm Denise Peacock with the United Methodist Children's Home in Decatur. So Allison represents her agency in Macon, and we're located in Decatur, Georgia. I work with the recruitment end of things. We have 3 offices, Gainesville, Decatur, and Noonan, and we recruit foster parents. And so we're one of those agencies that is taking care of children in folks' homes. There's a shortage of foster homes in this state, and that hasn't been said very clearly today, but we currently turn away somewhere between 30 and 40 kids a week that we get called to take care of. And these other agencies here, too, get the same phone calls as us. So we have been asked to care for more children, and we have successfully been recruiting more homes. And the homes that recruit the most foster homes for the state, from a private agency standpoint, are all represented here in this room today. So it's disconcerting to know that we have been working and being successful at doing that, and our families who take incredibly good care of these children would not be compensated in the same way. It also would affect our challenge and our goal to continue to recruit homes if that becomes an issue. So for me personally as a professional, it affects me from a recruiting standpoint and from what my task is to do. But I've also brought Jimmy Rogers here with me, and Jimmy's one of our foster parents, and I'm going to let him tell you how it might affect him. And
there you go. My wife and I have been foster parents since August of 2012. We live in Covington in Newton County. We could not imagine going through this process without the help of UMCH. We know a couple of families that we're friends with that go, with the counties that they live in. But we just could not imagine. And when we try to recruit ourselves, people we know, to get involved and do the work, we always push them first to UMCH, and then if that's not a possibility for them, to other private agencies that may be closer to them. In those 4.5 years, we have had 9 children that have come to our home. All 9 came at the base rate that is being talked about being changed. Another note that I thought of that I heard today, we were told, I believe with all 9 of them, that within just a month or so that they would all go to a family member, and none of them ever left to go to a family member, not that quickly. They all ended up being more long-term. Another thought is these children that are in care, whether they're in a home like ours with a private agency or through a DFACS home, they're still just foster children. They don't know the difference. They're just experiencing the same things regardless of where they're placed. And so I could see where maybe the children might not see it, but the ones in private agencies could be disadvantaged by a rate change only affecting half of the children in foster care. Another thought, just that the prospective foster parents shouldn't have to choose between the support that they might receive from a CPA or a higher base with the state. I think I could argue quite well that if money is your motivation, you shouldn't be a foster parent. And I just think that could cause maybe a little bit of a conflict of interest in trying to persuade people to become foster parents. And lastly, all of these children, whether in a home like mine or one with state, are placed through DFACS. I mean, they are DFACS children, whether they are in my home or a DFACS home. We have a caseworker from UMCH, and we have a caseworker from whatever county the child is from, just like we would have if we did not have our caseworker from the private agency. So those were just a few things that I thought of that I could see that might be in effect between the difference in what we're talking about here today.
Can I add that I failed to say that we care for about 115 children on a regular basis, all state children, and somewhere around 12% of those children receive waivers. So the vast majority of our children are not waivered children. So this makes a big difference for us. So
is that 112 though on campus? Is that
no? I'm talking about the children who live in foster homes in the community. So we have foster homes in 30 counties, and our offices are in these different places. But the children are in people's homes, like Jimmy's home.
Okay. Okay. Do you have a campus too, though? That I know you have.
We do have we do have a campus. And on our campus, there are about 75 people who live on our campus. So we have a residential independent living program, which is young people from 18 to 21 who have aged out of foster care.
Okay.
So they live in efficiency apartments on our campus. They go to high school. They work on their GED. They go to college. That's one program. Then we have a family housing program, which is 12 intact families in an effort to prevent kids coming into foster care. Okay. So these families live with us usually for about a year to year and a half. That's a not funded, not state program. That's totally different. So
Right.
that's the campus. My office is there, but all these kids I'm talking about live in people's homes.
And was the campus at one point, though, also like a children's home? Was it the Methodist?
It was. It's the United
originally? I'm just
Methodist
trying to-
Children's Home, and
Right.
we were started as an orphanage for
Right.
children of war and disease in 1871.
Right.
So
Right.
we haven't cared for children in a group care program on our campus since 2010.
Okay. Great. Are there any questions from the members? Okay. Thank y'all. Thank you so much. We don't have any. Stan, would you have just a minute to answer Representative Oliver's question? I don't want her to not have that, and then we'll step right back to the others.
I'll be very brief. The Kenny A settlement has changed, so you might check for me for my benefit to
We
see.
checked the new language, it's still in there.
Okay, good. I am anticipating an argument, and so I want you to get ready for it, that the private agencies are going to take some of this money for family money increase and use it for administrative cost. So get ready for that argument about how that's going to be, what's appropriate or inappropriate about that.
Duly warned.
Should it be? I don't know.
I did forget to say that some of the increases are financed through 4E, so the total dollars are not all state dollars.
Is mine. Can you get a mic?
I forgot to
Some of the
the Title 4E can finance some
Right.
of the rate increases. So it's very clear in the 57% for the public agencies. It's got a $3.5 million state cost, and it grosses up significantly higher. Now, the overall percent average, I think, is about 14.5, according to what DFACS has told us. But I just wanted to put that into the mix because we're using numbers that are the total cost for the different types of increases under discussion, and some of that is financed through increased drawdowns on 4E.
Okay, great. Is that, got it, Representative Oliver? We got you. Okay, good. Nora Adams with Bloom, and then next after that will be Bob Bruder, Madelson from Faith. Did I butcher that? You can straighten us out in a minute.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I appreciate this opportunity once again to speak to you. I've been before this committee many times in the past. I was the executive director of the Georgia Association of Homes and Services for Children, now called Together Georgia, for 22 years, and I had the privilege to advocate for foster parents. Today I'm here in my capacity as the president of a nonprofit in Fayette County, Bloom Our Youth. They take care of 30 foster children there in Fayette County. Foster parents are my heroes. They've always been my heroes. From the first day I was a foster parent myself for just a brief time, I realized that foster parents give their all. They give their lives, they give their treasure, they give their total being to the care of these kids. And I admire each and every one of them. They're the angels on this earth taking care of these children. None of these foster parents care for these children to make money. And so it isn't about the money. They care for these kids because they love children. And for most of them, it's a ministry that they feel called to serve these children. So that's why they serve, and we speak for them here before the legislature. As the president of the Bloom Our Youth in Fayette County, I want you to know that our agency gives to the state over half of what it costs to care for the kids. We have a little over $1.6 million budget, and we raise $800,000 each year to care for these foster kids. Part of our program is what we call a Bloom Closet. This year we served over 2,000 foster kids by giving these children supportive services such as clothing and other items that they need to live. This too saved the state many, many dollars. If this budget is approved as is, without parity for the foster parents, it's going to severely impact our recruiting effort in Fayette County. Fayette County, like every other county in Georgia, has a terrific need for foster parents, and we've done a really good job in the last year of recruiting foster parents. But a significant difference of 57% will make a huge difference in our recruiting effort. We will have to compete with the local DFACS office, and even though the local DFACS office does a really good job, many of the foster parents in our county wants to work with a private agency because we are a part of the agency. So we're asking for parity, and any kind of increase that this committee can support and recommend to the full Appropriations Committee will be used for per diem. One of the things that is mandated is that if money is given for per diem, it must be used for the per diem for the foster parent. So it cannot be used for administrative purposes. So that is not an option for us, and it's not an option, and we wouldn't do it as well. So, but we do need parity in order to be in the same job market, so to speak, as the public agencies. So we ask your support in trying to rectify this and provide parity for our foster parents that reside in the private sector. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions from any of our members? Well, thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Norma. Okay, so Bob, come tell us how I'm supposed to say it. Oh, great! And up next after y'all will be Kaylee Giovanni. Maybe that's how that's said. I don't know. Good.
So hello.
Kind of lean into that mic or
Yeah,
move over
we'll
because we want to make
pass
sure
it
that
around.
everybody who does follow this on a webcast can actually hear everything you say.
So my name is Bob Bruder Matson, and represent Faith Bridge Foster Care, and we are a Christian foster care organization. We work exclusively through churches to recruit families, and we work in 27 counties throughout Georgia, currently in North and Southeast Georgia. We have over 200 licensed foster families, and in 2016 we served about almost 300 kids, 298 kids, and 87% of the children that we served when they departed had a positive departure. They were either reunified with their families, they were adopted, or they got together with their siblings. We celebrated 45 adoptions in 2016, which is a very high number for the state. And we received about 2,639 referrals this year, of which we could only respond to 156 of those. So there's tremendous need. You've heard some of the same things. I wanted you to hear from some foster families in a minute, but I think it's really important you understand what we're trying to do here is we've been asked to partner with DFACS to meet this tremendous gap. I've only been in the space for 4 years. I was a technology executive, got called into this ministry. There was less than 7,000 kids. While I've been here, I've watched the number of kids come into care skyrocket. So the private organizations, mainly faith-based organizations, have responded to that call. Churches are responding to that call. We use something called a community of care model, and we surround our families with support. And so people want to work with organizations like FaithBridge because they're getting the support they need. And these kids are getting extra support through these many volunteers we have through churches. So something like a rate increase of 57% that doesn't include private foster families is a significant issue. But like we said, we are supportive of the rate increase for DFACS on that front, as well as the wage increase. Just a little bit of quick math that I'm looking at. So a 19% increase for DFACS, which we're in favor of. When you take a look at the average nonprofits organization's budget, that'll translate into an overall, if we keep parity with that, which you've already heard that we're going to have to do to hire the same kind of workers, if we keep parity with that, we're going to be seeing budget increases right in the neighborhood of overall 12%. So we're already subsidizing, or as Norma said, we're already providing funds back to DFACS at Faithbridge in terms of 25% a year. That's well over $1 million a year. So if there were an increase that would go another 12%, that's significant for us. And so what we're asking for is parity. We're asking for the ability to do the good work that we're doing. I think Faithbridge has the best foster families in the world. You're going to hear from Nicole here in a minute. I'm going to brag on her, but Nicole has been a foster parent for over 5 years. She's deeply involved with the work we do. And recently, Nicole and her husband and their biological child brought 5 kids in that were needing an adoptive home. So they're in a process of adopting 5 kids. So these are the kinds of people that I believe we want in Georgia to continue to foster. So we're asking that you make right what was left out of the governor's budget and get that 57% parity increase in there and get that 6.86% increase in there. So let me turn it over to Nicole.
Hi. So everybody else has talked, I think, really, the leaders of these organizations have talked a lot about financial matters, and I think that's important, but I also think that it's important that y'all see the emotional side of this. My name is Nicole Barlow. I have been a foster parent with Faithbridge Foster Care. We began our foster care journey as a ministry that we feel like we're called to as servants of Jesus Christ to serve kids, orphans, and widows, and kids in need. Almost all of our resources, we're super passionate about it. Almost all of our resources, both financial and our time and energy, go to these kids that have no one else. We chose Faithbridge Foster Care because they share our purpose and support us in practical ways, but more importantly for our family. They support us through spiritual encouragement and prayer. I'm certain that we would not be able to do this for any significant amount of time without them. This type of role can be hard, but our kids know that someone cares. The kids in my home have been told their whole lives that they are not worth anything, that they don't matter. They are told they don't matter when they aren't fed or bathed, or when drugs and men are chosen as a priority. They are told they don't matter when they are physically and sexually abused over and over and over again. They are told they don't matter when birth parents don't show up for visits and don't fight to get them back. And now the very system that is designed to help care for them, a system that fully acknowledges their need for more financial resources, is once again trying to tell them that they don't matter. You see, the only difference between a child in DFACS home and a child in my home is the amount of money that the state right now is saying they're willing to contribute to their care. That money is not for me. It is not payment for my services as a foster parent. I volunteer my time. That per diem money is to care for a child that needs it. I have a buddy here with me today. She actually said, will you tell them about me? She is part of a sibling group of 5 that came to live with us in October. I believe she needs someone to stand up and say to her that God created her for a reason, that she is here for a purpose. She needs to know that there will be someone that fights for her and is willing to show others how valuable she is to our world. You see, ladies and gentlemen, her life does matter. She didn't choose to be in the system or in my home. It was chosen for her. Resources and help should not be withheld from her because of the agency that certifies my home. She shouldn't be less valuable to our community because she lives under my roof. Her life, her healing is just as important as a child in a DFACS certified home. My prayer today is that you will see her. She is a survivor. She has seen and experienced things you and I most likely never will. And I pray that you and your colleagues will join me in telling her verbally and with future legislation that she is worthy of care.
Hello, everyone. I'm Clarissa Edmondson. I'm a foster parent with Bethany Christian Services, and I've only been a foster parent for about a year. But my husband and I, we really leaped into this. We took in a sibling group of 3 and a newborn baby and 2 toddlers. And when they arrived, one was severely injured and one was fresh out of surgery, the newborn baby. And it's very exhausting and hard when you don't know what doctor they went to, when was the surgery. It was just pretty much they're dropped off on your step. Hey, they had surgery. Not sure what they had done. You have to figure this out. You have to track down surgeons, figure out when is the follow-up. One of the children hadn't had a follow-up in 6 weeks post-op. Another one hadn't had a follow-up in about 4 weeks post-op. So I had to track all of that down. And it's hard because your heart goes out to these children. And a newborn baby and a toddler, I say a toddler is a baby too, to go through something of that capacity as so young is very dramatic. In Georgia, it's hard to find a neurologist to see a baby. The baby had to go to see a neurologist recommended by Babies Can't Wait, and we had to drive about 60 miles away, which is a lot of gas money. And all this is within the first week. There's no money coming in at all. So all this is out of pocket. I actually took a leave of absence from my job. I took FMLA for about 4 months because when they came in, I had no idea that they required so much. And so I do this from my heart, my husband and I. So we just took money out of our checking account. I drive a big SUV. So to gas up to drive 60 miles across and 60 miles back, and then the other child another 80 miles to their specialist and back, all this within the first week of care. So my testimony is just really just raw and straight from my heart. And when I learned about fostering, I still remember my husband being offended when they talked about the per diem. He's like, what is that gonna do? Because do you understand the capacity that it takes to help these children, how much money that it costs that you had to put in? Also, newborn baby needs so many supplies. Then the other 2 toddlers, they arrived with nothing. So all that out-of-pocket expense. I think I pretty much covered. And then I just wanted to say that with them, I did not get a waiver for the 2 children until 9 months into fostering. So it was only the base rate until 9 months into it. And we've had them in our home for 11 months. So it took quite a while, but for a while it was really just out-of-pocket sacrifice between my husband and myself. But we do it because we love them, and we're happy that they're in our home, and I feel like this is a calling in a ministry.
It is. You're absolutely right. Thank you. I cannot thank y'all enough for what you're doing. There really are not words. I'm sure that everyone around the room agrees with that. When I was a very young legislator, and probably with the help of a few people that have been here longer than I had, one of the first measures that I carried was sibling groups and keeping them together in foster care. And as I did it, I thought, oh wow, we're putting a burden on some people. But thank you for doing that and understanding how important it is for those children to have each other. And I know it's immeasurable, the exhaustion and just so many things that you feel, but what a blessing you are. So thank you for sharing your story.
You're welcome. So thank you.
Okay, and I think maybe next is Kaylee Giovanni.
Hello, Madam Chairman and the committee members. It is an honor to speak before you today, and I hope that my statements and those of my fellow speakers will have an impact on your thoughts and decision making. So my name is Kaylee Giovanni, and I am the Adoption and Family Specialist with CRIS 180, which was formerly CRIS Kids. Our Adoption and Foster Care Department maintains both our Gateway to Adoption homes, which are therapeutic homes, and our traditional foster homes. We focus on reuniting sibling groups that have been separated and preparing them for adoption in our foster homes. I would like to reiterate my affirmation, in which all of my Georgia Together colleagues have already stated, as well as ensuring that I am not being redundant. I think it is important to recognize that as CPA agencies, we are entrusted with caring for our children and families and not just using the funds for the daily expenses of the child. We use those funds to also build the networks and supports for our parents. And some of those resources that our parents depend on from our organization include tutoring resources, funding for the school and extracurricular activities, such as sports fees, learning and play an instrument, and Girl and Boy Scouts. We use this to ensure that our parents have free or low-cost trainings, because those are all state-required issues that they need. Also, in keeping with federal policy, the Department of Human Services and DFACS have initiated the Reasonable and Prudent Parenting Standards. This standard is to ensure that children within the foster care system have normalized lives. However, it specifically states within that training for parents that funding is not allocated for what they may want to initiate in the child's life to normalize their experience. And I want to reiterate that within the September 2016 Georgia Annual Progress and Service Report, it states verbatim that one of the most salient features of this partnership is the fact that historically approximately half of the children in the state's foster care system are placed in the care and under the supervision of an enormously diverse array of privately contracted child caring institutions and child placing agencies. In order for the state to achieve positive outcomes for children in care, public agencies and private contract agencies must work together, combining resources, expertise, and capacity. This includes providing parity in the daily per diem rates. I want to close with a testament from one of our foster parents. I don't think that I can truly wrap my mind around what a child actually experiences when they go into foster or adoptive care. I would imagine that it would be something that most people could not really fathom. The closest I could get to it is what I became aware of when I found out my mother was adopted, and when she started opening up about it. The fact that she felt her mother did not want her but wanted her sister, and that her mother ended up giving her away. This was what I found out as a grown woman, and hearing my mother say these things. So as a child, this would be devastating beyond anything I could understand. We understand what it might feel like to a child at the surface level, that their family or parents do not want them. But unless you have experienced that kind of loss or rejection, I do not think anyone could put that into words. It makes my heart ache. The feeling of being unwanted or never good enough carries with a child their entire life. It impacts their decisions and their actions and their relationships. We already know that the impact of trauma and loss coming into the foster care system can have on a child. However, research shows that children who have at least one significant and ongoing connection through their years of development have higher resiliency rates and better outcomes for life. This is why it is so important to ensure that children connect to at least one caregiver through their upbringing, and many times it is the foster parent or the adoptive parent that step in to be that person for the child. There is no reason why CPAs and DFACS homes should have different rates for the same children coming in and out of care on a daily basis. So I really want to thank and respect this committee for their time in ensuring that that is upheld. Any questions?
Are there any questions from the committee? Yeah, one more.
I'd like to ask a question, the agencies can email Leo. Do y'all get the $300 clothing allowance for foster care children in your care? And if it's inconsistent, I'd just be interested if y'all get that consistently.
So we have the institutional placement agreements that we all sign with every single DFACS worker for every single child. Depending on the level of care for the child, the clothing per diem varies. For example, we had a sibling group of 3 in one of our therapeutic foster homes. None of them got a clothing allowance, but that was because we had a specialized rate for implementing a high level of therapeutic care.
So normal family foster care, I'd like to know whether
Normal family foster care should be getting that. However, it is dependent upon what is specified within that placement agreement. And I've also seen that some of the children, depending on how wear and tear they are with their clothes, sometimes DFACS will also make an allotment for additional funding upon request.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd just be curious what the agency's experience is with that. Maybe they could email it to Leo.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at all? I don't see any. Thank you so much. Okay, Tom Covington, United Hope. And then after that will be Sally Buchanan, Creative Community.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. You've got the rookie in me. I've been in the world of CPAs for 4 months. I spent the last 16 years working for the Department of Family and Children's Services, so I'm on the sort of another side of that world right now. I can give you some quick facts, and then I just want to share a story for you. My agency is 2 years old. Right now we have 136 kids in care, and 90% of them are not on a waiver. They are at what we call the base rate. So the majority of our population are base rate kids. We could go through all the things you've heard so much today about how not having parity will contribute to recruitment issues, retention issues. But I think as the young lady from Faithbridge said so well, let's talk about what this money is. We talk about a per diem. We talk about a rate. That's not a paycheck. It's not a salary. It's not money that gets squirreled away into a foster parent's lake home fund. And let me tell you what it is. On Friday night, let me tell you about Sasha and Nolan. On Friday night, last Friday night, Sasha and Nolan got a baby. But unlike other people who on Friday left the hospital in Gwinnett Medical with babies who had had 9 months to prepare and multiple baby showers, and the church had thrown them a diaper shower and they had all that ready, Sasha and Nolan got a 45-minute warning from my office that there was a baby coming into their home. And they spent their evening, which had been allotted for a date night, they spent it picking up the cutest 3-week-old child you've ever seen. Don't tell my wife I said that. But the cutest little child. But then they spent that evening getting a crib assembled and getting a car seat bought, which they bought before they got to the hospital, and getting diapers and getting formula and all of those things. This family welcomed a child who had been born exposed to marijuana and cocaine, whose parents didn't have a home, whose parents showed up at the hospital NICU high on cocaine. They spent Friday night getting ready to take that child into their home. They took the money that they get will help them to care for that child. When we ask you as a professional organization, Together Georgia, when we ask you to fight for and we ask you for parity for our private agency foster homes, we're not asking you to pay them the same or pay them more. What we're asking of the state of Georgia is that we don't prioritize one group of foster children over another. We don't choose to care more for a foster child who's in a DFACS home than we care for a foster child that's in a private agency home. And that's really what we're here to ask for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the members? Don't see any. Thank you. Okay, so next, Sally Buchanan.
Hi, and I just wanted to let you know that I feel like as representative of Together Georgia and a CEO for Creative Community Services for 34 years and been here, I agree with all of my colleagues, and I don't think I need to take any more of your time telling these stories because they've represented everything very well, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate your work, too. Okay, John Bland with Valley.
The brief, John Bland. Am I the last speaker?
We're holding you to that.
I am. Tommy will give me the high sign. I am so struck by the last couple of hours. I don't know what's going on here, but I came in loaded for bear, and now I feel so small that I woke up this morning sad over a football game, and I just listened to these stories and the work that's done by these folks, and I think how small could I be this morning? I read Lincoln's first inaugural about the greater angels, and I've just met them. We, as a team, have met them. So I'll be brief in my story. Last year, right almost this week, this group came together and concluded that you would give support to our group X the budget, and you figured out how to do that. And the day that that was approved, I took it to my banker and I showed it to him, and I said, I need your help. DFACS has come to us and said we need more beds, and we don't have any money for more beds at Goshen, but look what the legislature just did. He said, well, what is that worth to you? And I said, it's worth, I think, about $50,000 in extra per diem. And I said, could I borrow it from you? He said, what do you want to do with it? I said, I want to make more bedrooms at the ranch for the kids. So instead of having 37, we could have 47. Because Cliff kept asking me to do that. So I said, well, I don't have the money to do it. And then this group came together and came up with a 1.5% increase, which multiplied by my per diem equals about $50,000. And the banker said, I'm good for that. And he gave us a construction loan. And we built the bedrooms. And the kids are now there. There's a glitch in my thinking. And that is, every time we welcome a child to Goshen, it costs us $60 a day because it costs us $200 a day and we get paid $130, a rate that was fixed 10 years ago. Oh my heavens, at meetings I was at. So we've had to figure out how to raise $250,000, which is how much more it costs to have the kids who are now at the ranch because we have a crisis in census, correct? So now you have to not only get the capital to build the beds, you've got to find the per diem to feed, clothe, do all that. So we, as a faith engine, as a faith community, have this big faith engine. So the great end of this story today is that our books closed in December, and we were able to raise $250,000 that we hadn't contemplated this past year. And it came from our churches, from firemen, from policemen, from the sheriff's office, from the fun runs, from all the community things we do. Now that is a very powerful message, I think, in two ways. One is you can galvanize your community to come behind the needs of the child in Georgia's child welfare system. The concern I have is, are we supposed to rely on charity? Is charity the way we do it in Georgia? I don't mean building a neat field house or doing other things, but do you want to fund the safety and well-being of our kids with fun runs and bake sales? If it is, we should just know that. But 10 years ago, when I sat with Cliff and others and we talked about the per diem, we established an understanding between the provider community and the state that every year we would look at this, and as our needs went up, one presumes they do. If you look at what my health care costs are now, they've tripled from 10 years ago. That we would look at this, and we started to fill something out called a cost report. And then the cost report had to get audited. That's an unfunded mandate. And we were able to come together and be able to make it work. My concern today is that we take seriously the folks who've come here today and the stories they've got. I do, I know. And I've watched this group galvanize itself. And I ask you again to consider what we can do as a team relative to addressing the needs of our kids and what we can do more broadly as a state, and understanding what role we should be taking as legislators and as providers in speaking to the people who will make these decisions for us going forward. And I have great confidence, and I've seen this group take to heart the message of the kids of Georgia. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Well, thank you. I hope that things are well at the ranch, because we sure enjoyed visiting at Goshen Valley. I hope things are well at Goshen Valley.
They are well. Thank you very much. We had a wonderful holiday, and we're doing well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all. And thanks again to each of you who are part of Together Georgia. I'm not sure if there may be some more down here, but we've heard from several. So Vicki Johnson now, Georgia Council on Aging. Not quite 20.
Madam Chair and committee members, I'm here today on behalf of the Georgia Council on Aging, which is charged with the responsibility of advising state government on issues of importance to older adults. And in that role, I want to express our support for what the governor has already done in his budget for the Department of Human Services. We support the additions to Adult Protective Services, to the Forensic Special Initiatives Unit, and for the meals for seniors. We also support the $4.2 million that has been put in the budget for home and community-based services. However, I do want to share with you a few thoughts about home and community-based services and the needs for that we have in the state of Georgia. There are currently 9,800 plus seniors on the waiting list for home and community-based services. We know that home and community-based services is a cost-effective solution to helping Georgians stay independent, living in their homes and in their communities. Much more so than should they need to go to a nursing home where the state share would be in excess of $20,000 a year per bed for a Medicaid nursing home bed versus under $2,000 a year for home services. We also know that home services can delay nursing home admittance by an average of 50 months. That's a long time. Last year, in fiscal year 2016, 428 people could no longer wait on the waiting list for services, and they went directly into a nursing home. Those people in Medicaid beds would cost the state $8.8 million a year. We also know seniors who are waiting for services become more at risk for abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And so we recognize 4.2 is a significant increase, but we want you to please keep in consideration that the need is greater than what 4.2 million would cover. We also have a new request for funding this year, and that is to meet the need that is one of the most often expressed needs on the part of seniors, and that is for transportation. When seniors can no longer drive, they still need to get to medical appointments and social services. So we're asking for your consideration for a budget increase of $750,000 in the FY18 budget. And that's based on a proposal that we have received from the Area Agency on Aging in Rome. They have submitted to us a proposal for a pilot transportation program for a 12-month period that would cover seniors within a 3-county area. For $250,000, this pilot program would cover the startup costs as well as over 6,000 rides during that 12-month period. So why are we asking for $750,000? Because we would actually like to do 3 pilot programs in the state of Georgia, because no one community is completely representative of the entire state. And so we're asking for your favorable consideration for a $750,000 budget in Elder Community Living Services, which is section 28.10. We're also making a much smaller, but we feel important request in section 28.20, which is the Georgia Council on Aging budget. This covers the operational expenses of our 20-member council. For the first time in recent years, we actually have 20 members on the council, and these are 20 very dedicated and active members, unlike in past years when we had 4 members who never attended a single meeting. So we have a more robust, more active, and more viable Council on Aging. And with that comes a need to travel extensively throughout the state to attend meetings, to attend educational events, and to perform outreach conversations with seniors all over the state. This $54,000 request that we're making would cover the actual travel expenses of our members. It would not cover any other operational needs. Our members do this on a completely volunteer basis. They volunteer their own time, and if we don't reimburse them for these expenses, they will probably make the travel anyway, but I think that it's reasonable and it's in the statute that our council members would be reimbursed. So I would ask for your favorable consideration then for three things. More money for home and community-based services, $750,000 for 3 transportation pilot programs to serve seniors in Georgia, and $54,000 in additional funding for the operation of the Georgia Council on Aging. And I thank you for your attention today. And I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
Well, thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Hard.
Yes, I was just wondering, the travel program
Yes.
that you have,
Mhm.
$250,000, how big a population does that cover and how big an area? Because your cost will vary. In
Yes.
an area like mine,
Mhm.
the cost of operation would vary greatly.
Mhm.
So how have you figured out per unit area how much per person that represents?
Based on what we have received from this proposal, we're looking at 6,000 individual rides that would be provided by this program. It would also include the cost of startup expenses to develop the software that you would need to handle the dispatching of the rides and the coordination of the rides. But this would come from a specific vendor. Now, we have programs that we've learned about in other areas of the state, some of which have had to have been discontinued because they lost the funding. And a very successful program was in East Georgia, and this provided vouchers so that if you had a friend or a neighbor or a church member that would be willing to give you a ride, the AAA in that area would provide the driver with a voucher to cover the cost on a set basis per trip for providing that ride. This was very successful, and it served, I don't have an exact number, but it served thousands of people. But it had to be discontinued because the grant money dried up. Now, we also have a program in Gwinnett that is based on the same idea of vouchers, and there the trips vary according to how far the trip distance is involved. Whether it's in an urban area or a rural area will make a difference, but we feel that if we could have 3 pilot programs in the state, we could begin to understand what different needs there would be and what different costs there would be. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions right now, so you've done such a good job of keeping us informed on a regular basis.
Well,
I think
thank you.
that's what.
We appreciate that.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate your time, too.
Thank you,
Thank you.
so much. Okay, so next, I know we have a couple of people that seem to be from the same group, so I'm going to just see who wants to come from AmeriGroup. 1, 2, however many people do we need? Okay. So Tanya Chambers Ashford and Early Rockette.
As well as Cassandra Malone.
And Cassandra Malone. Okay. Good.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for allowing us the opportunity to share information and speak with you this afternoon on our coaches program. The Coaches and Comprehensive Health Support Program was initially funded by a 3-year CMS grant awarded in 2014. The grant was administered through a unique collaboration between a partnership between AmeriGroup Community Care, a care management organization, a for-profit care management organization, and Families First, a not-for-profit organization. Families First is a 130-year-old not-for-profit organization that started out as an orphanage on the west side of Atlanta, and it continues to support vulnerable children and families in that area. The purpose of the grant for the Coaches Program was to support youth 17 to 20 years of age with emotional and behavioral health disorders from 6 Georgia counties who were transitioning out of foster care. The program focused on self-sufficiency related to health care, education, employment, housing stability, and family planning. Since the inception of the program, it has expanded from 6 Georgia counties, to 34 counties, and has reached over 500 youth across the state of Georgia. The impact of the program on foster care youth has been a 21% decrease in health care expenditure, a 22% increase in employment, a 32% increase in GED rates, a 10% increase in high school graduation, a 36% increase in the number of applicants for jobs, and a 32% increase in the number of members who participated in the program who applied and completed resumes. To continue the work of this program, we're seeking funding in the amount of $4 million per year to support staffing, equipment, travel, and associated program fees for 45 to 50 coaches to continue this wonderful work that the Coaches Program has been doing over the last 3 years. As we know, as children age out of foster care, one of the risks that they inherit is that there's an increase, especially about a 45% increase in the number of male youth who will be engaged with in the court system. One of the stories that was shared with me as we have been working with the Coaches Program is one of the youth, as one of the coaches was working with the youth, male youth, and they asked the youth what did he want to do as he moved forward in his life and was transitioning out of foster care. What did he want to do? And the youth thought for a minute, and he said, "I want to steal cars." And the coach never missed a beat. He said to him, "Then we're going to figure out how you can become a repo man. We're going to figure out what it takes to help you become a repo man so that you can still get that exhilaration that you would get from stealing cars, but you would be doing it legally." And I think it's that kind of help from a mentor and adult that children who are not only children who are aging out of foster care, but any child would need that type of guidance to help them to make decisions, critical decisions in their life as they're moving through a life. And so the coaches have been very instrumental in working with children who are aging out of foster care, 17 to 21 years of age, and working with them to help improve and promote self-sufficiency and independence in these youth. And so we're asking your consideration for $4 million to continue this work and continue the efforts that are being promoted by this particular program. Thank you for your attention and consideration, and we'll entertain any additional questions that you have.
Representative Oliver.
Is this money matched federally?
So, my name is Cassandra Malone, and I've had the pleasure and honor of working with medically underserved populations for the last 18 years. I'm a former federal employee, and I've developed several pilot programs for the federal government. This is a tremendous investment by the feds. They invested $5.8 million over 3 years. This is a practice-based research project. So we track the data. We track it by county. We track the number of texts, calls, visits to clients. So the federal government paid for the infrastructure of this program. And what we are seeing is, and we've used our data, we actually presented at the national conference to show just how Georgia has used this to innovate services to youth aging out. What we're seeing is that the youth voluntarily participate in this program. It is research, so we can't require them to. So in the document that you have, you'll see that 30 some percent of the youth voluntarily enrolled in coaches. The first year, the number was 70%. What we're finding now is that as providers work with a coach, that they are, and several of those providers were in the room today, they recognize the wraparound services that we do in collaboration with them, so they are actually enrolling all of their youth in the coaches program, or at least referring them. So it's not a match per se. The federal government paid for the infrastructure. This is actually funded through the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation. It's an innovations grant.
If we funded this with state money, would it be matched federally? I think that's the more proper question.
So CMMI, that is not their normal course. The federal government puts money into the research to develop a program so that it can be replicated.
So no, they
absolutely. Yeah.
Representative Harden.
Approximately how many young people do you serve, and what would this $4 million do? Would that just serve the ones in the particular area you're serving now, or would this expand the program statewide, or how would that work with $4 million?
So we're looking to scale the program up. We're currently serving 500 and some youth who've been enrolled in coaches. In year 4, we are seeking to serve up to 1,500. We would work with the Department of DFACS and Department of Community Health to target the resources to the counties most in need.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and next, Ken Anderson. Was Ken with you? Okay, okay. Just trying to not miss anyone.
Thank you.
I think we have a group. I don't know if they're together or if they're going to be presenting separately, but Amy Hughes, Derona King, Tom Ellington, and Connie Flair. However y'all wish to do it.
Madam Chairman, if it's okay, we're going to tag team. Now, I'm Amy Hughes, and I was previously the board chair of a group called Chatham-Savannah Citizen Advocacy. Here with us today, we've got Tom Ellington, who is on the Macon Bibb Citizen Advocacy Board. We've got Connie Flair, who is the board chair of the Macon Bibb Citizen Advocacy Board. We've got Judge Susan Tate, who's the board chair of the Oconee Area Citizen Advocacy Board. And we've got Derona King, the lovely Derona, who is actually the coordinator for the Atlanta DeKalb program. Tom, why don't you start?
Thank you. And like Ms. Hughes said, I'm Tom Ellington. I'm a board member, a fairly new board member actually, of Macon Bibb County Citizen Advocacy. And we're one of 5 offices across the state serving Georgians everywhere. Our mission, all of our missions are to promote and protect the interests and welfare of individuals with disabilities in our communities. And the way we do this is we identify citizen advocates in those communities and pair them with individuals who have some kind of need. Now, many of the folks who we serve are people who are living in nursing homes, in group homes. Many of them have developmental disabilities. And so they're among the most vulnerable people in our communities. They're people who really need our advocacy. These are populations of people who are subject to isolation, abuse, and having somebody who's an advocate who is there by their side is something that can help mitigate that vulnerability. And the work we do does a great deal of positive work. It has a huge human impact in our communities, and at very, very little cost to the state. And we need your help. So I'm going to let Amy tell you a little bit more about why we're here before your committee in particular.
Thank you, Tom, and thanks for coming today. So citizen advocacy was created in Georgia back in the early 70s, 1973, when there was a federal mandate that said that each state had to create programs of protection and advocacy for people with developmental disabilities. So way back then, about $100,000 was put in the DCA budget. Now, it's a long story why it was in DCA, but it was there for a reason. And that DCA, because they did not have the internal expertise on this subject matter, contracted with the group that was the federally designated agency for Georgia to receive the federal funds, which is the Georgia Advocacy Office. The Georgia Advocacy Office then contracted with each of the citizen advocacy offices to make matches and to match people, business people like us, with people who have developmental disabilities, and you represent that person's interest as if they were your own or your own family member. So what happened? It was a whopping about $224,000 that funded all 5 programs in the state. And last year, that money just got drawn out by OPB because they didn't see the connection between DCA and the subject matter, which is a logical conclusion if you don't know the history. Because of the way that it was worded in the budget, however, it flew below the radar of everybody who was familiar with citizen advocacy across the state because it didn't say citizen advocacy in the budget. So as a result, the citizen advocacy groups learned after the session that the money had been eliminated. Now that $224,900 did so much good around the state for such a little bit of money. And we know that you don't have any say-so over DCA, that's not this committee's budget, but because that's not this committee's purview, but because of your mission and because of the agencies that you do have oversight for, Representative Stevens had encouraged us to speak with you about this because of the logical connection. What you have is a copy of a delegation letter from the Chatham legislators asking for that money to be restored and trying to bring this to the attention of OPB prior to the session. That didn't work. So here we are looking under rocks, and we hope that you can understand. Just to put a bit more of a personal face, though, on what exactly is it, Connie would like to share a brief story.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and your committee for giving us a little bit of time to share something that's very important to us. My involvement with citizen advocacy has been for 17 years, and I'm a parent of a 37-year-old daughter who has a developmental disability, and that's what sent me on this mission. I've been coordinator, I'm serving on the board. I have met hundreds of individuals who live in Macon-Bibb County who have developmental disabilities. And sadly, I have met many who have no one in their court. If your parent isn't there for you and you have a developmental disability, it's a very, very precarious, dangerous situation. If you don't have a voice, then you are very vulnerable to abuse, neglect, isolation. I just want to share one quick story with you, and I'm going to call this beautiful lady who's 37. Her name is Mary. And I met her through a friend actually 12 years ago. And Mary had been born with a disability, and eventually her parents didn't want her. She went into foster care, and then another lady took her home and actually became her mother. She contacted the office because she had heard about citizen advocacy, so I proceeded to be very interested in her and got to know her and absolutely wanted to find an advocate for her. I did. I found a woman who has been by her side for 12 years. Because of Mary's vulnerability, she'll be there for the next 12, 20 years. What the advocate has done, it's about building a relationship initially, getting to know the other person, and it's through our relationships, if you think about it, that we're all protected. And through this relationship, she came to see how vulnerable Mary really was. First of all, she didn't have the clothing that you and I have. I mean, her wardrobe was nil. She was moved from group home to group home to group home, not looking after her best interest. It was actually, she lost Mary a couple of times. It was hard to keep up with where they had moved her to. Eventually, the advocate decided that she wanted to apply for guardianship. She became her guardian. Mary had also been under several psychotropic drugs, I think 5 of them, and the advocate just knew that something wasn't right. So as her guardian, she worked very closely with the doctors, and she had the medication reduced. She has taken Mary into her home when she had lived in group homes, and then she went into a host home, and the host home, there were some issues there, and so she took Mary into her home, and she lived with her probably for about a month while she looked for other housing for her. Today, Mary is important to her family, to her friends where she works, and being brought back into community, that has done so much for Mary as a person. People care about her. People really care about her. And you just can't imagine the impact that it's made on both the advocate and Mary. Thank you very much.
Judge Tate or Dorona, do you have anything further you need to add?
Members and Madam, I'm the Citizen Advocacy Coordinator in our local community here in Atlanta and DeKalb. And I've been listening to people today talking about some of the smaller communities and resources that seem like they have a really big impact, a bigger impact in smaller communities. I've been for 23 years the Citizen Advocacy Coordinator here in Atlanta. And while lots of funds get dispersed throughout our communities, people who are vulnerable are vulnerable. Citizen advocacy provides a big impact on the lives of people who are not seen and heard, even right here in Metro Atlanta. My job is to go into the places where people are most vulnerable. I spend my days in nursing homes, group homes, facilities, some of the foster homes that you've heard about or agencies that you've heard about today. And in 23 years, I've never met one person who could be paid to care as much as a person who volunteers their time and their life to connect with in a personal, meaningful way. I'm a matchmaker. I get to know the person who has the disability in a way that paid service providers often are not able to. I get to spend enough time with someone to take their story into a community and ask people that I know and trust to tell me about people that they know and trust who would be willing to connect and commit themselves into the lives of somebody who has no one. It changes lives. I've seen people get adopted. I've seen people become guardians. I've seen people open up their homes as neighbors and friends. I've seen people stand before DFACs and demand the rights of a person who can't demand it for themselves. I've seen people's lives literally saved. I've seen lives not wasted in day programs and state-funded facilities because an ordinary person was engaged and invited by someone like me to come alongside of a neighbor and represent their interests as if they were their own. And it's been happening in Georgia for 40 years. It needs to continue to happen, and we need your support. We need you to know that citizen advocacy happens around the state. Thousands of people have come together and engaged themselves because it was the right thing to do on behalf of a neighbor and have been supported to do so for decades. As a citizen advocacy coordinator, I still support relationships that are 20, 30, and even 40 years old because someone was invited and it's the right thing to do. I appreciate your time and I hope that you will remember citizen advocacy. Thank you.
Just one last word from Susan Tate, Judge Tate.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I know it's been a long afternoon, but what a privilege it has been to sit in this room this afternoon and hear all these stories and about all the wonderful work that's being done around the state. I am Susan Tate, the probate judge in Athens-Clarke County, an office I've held for 20 years now. I've been involved with citizen advocacy for over 20 years and have remained so over the years because the learning that citizen advocacy has afforded me has informed my work as probate judge, and I've seen firsthand its impact in the community. I want to make a few points that no one has made yet. One is that all of the local programs in the 5 cities around the state are separate independent nonprofit agencies, and we contract with the Georgia Advocacy Office to make a certain number of matches each year. And so we get some state money and some federal money through them, but we also do fundraising in our local communities. And we do recognize that most of us spend our lives skating on thick ice, and most of the folks for whom we look for advocates spend most of their lives skating on very thin ice, and there's quite a difference there. but also the principles upon which this work is based were really well thought out. That's another thing that attracted me to this work. And I think they're borne out in everything that I've seen. It is true that people who have agreed to stand beside someone with a disability voluntarily are going to be there no matter what. And they make that commitment. I've seen a middle-aged woman who had been living in a nursing home since she was 16. She had polio, and her parents got to the point where they couldn't deal with her disability anymore. Her mind was perfectly fine. And we recruited an advocate for her over 20 years ago who managed to spring her from the nursing home and help her figure out how to buy her own little place. So she's been in her own home all of that time and a valued member of the community herself. This empowers people. It leverages the work of volunteers. The board members, of course, are volunteers, the staffs, and most of the offices are tiny, just 1 or 2 staff people, sometimes a few more, particularly in Savannah, which has been in the state the longest, and with the coordinator who's been with that program the longest. But at any rate, one of the other things I wanted to tell you about was a young man last year, a teenager, who was homeless along with his mother. He is in a wheelchair. And they were facing a winter with no roof over their heads. It was hard for them to get a place in the shelter, so an advocate that we recruited for him helped them find a place to live and help them get into it. There are just a number of stories like that. This program has been funded for 35 years by the state, and I think it was just a freak circumstance that led to our losing this money. But it would go a long way, and it's certainly not going to get lost in the citizen advocacy programs. We'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions from the members? So just so I'm clear, y'all were funded in DCA's?
That's correct. It was funded since 1977 in DCA, under DCA, and then they had a contract, a management contract with GAO because they received the federal funds and they had the oversight. And so the various offices had a contract with DCA via GAO to make new matches and then maintain old matches for people.
Have y'all spoken with DCA?
Yes, we did. And the
and
commissioner,
they told you to come talk to us?
Commissioner Knowles, delightful woman, really like her a lot. Her comment was, first, I had no idea this program was in my agency, and she said, "How come the people in my staff didn't tell me about this? Because what if a legislator had asked me, how are these funds? What's the oversight for these funds?" She said, "I wouldn't have had an answer." So they had a nice discussion internally at DCA about it and all. I'm not going to speak for her as far as does it need to go back there or wherever. We are here appealing to you because the reality is it is right in line with what this committee has oversight of, and we need the money. Put us where you must put us, but we need the money.
Okay. And that's $250,000 is what we're requesting, $50,000 for local programs.
And what year did it fall out of DCA's budget? I know I wrote it down.
2016.
2016.
Yes.
So it's just
yes. We found that after the session. It was a big old
Okay. Okay.
Yes, FY17 budget.
Yeah.
There is a strategy working on that over on the
Senate side.
Senate side. Yes. So with.
We understand that we had a disability advocate of many years from Athens who, as her retirement, wanted to bring some money to a program to build ramps for people with wheelchairs. And it was sort of a one-shot, one-project deal, and that's where the money went to last year. So I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on the budget if it's switched back, because to my knowledge,
let me just clear: we're not advocating switching anybody's money back. We're saying this is a
And
This
that's
is-
probably in DCA.
Yeah.
That's probably in DCA's budget, which we don't have any authority over anyway.
It went to fund a very important program, and absolutely, please fund that program. We're asking for there to fund, because I understand this is a good year for money. So.
Okay. Well, thank y'all for your bold ask. We'll see what we can find out about it too. I mean, it's not something I knew about. Okay, Sheila Huberstone, are you still here? Bless your heart. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I think we're almost at good evening, right?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Sheila Humberstone. I'm here today on behalf of the Alzheimer's Association Georgia chapter, presenting a program that I like to call the GAP proposal, the Georgia Alzheimer's Project. And you guys have all been around me enough to understand my connection to Alzheimer's and to understand the plight of families dealing with Alzheimer's, so I'm not going to go into that, also because of the lateness of the hour, but just to give a little bit of background, we're in a silver tsunami with an aging population. We know that Georgia is expected to have a 46% increase in the number of Alzheimer's patients in this state, and that's one of the largest increases in the nation. We're a leader in that category, unfortunately. When we combine the future increases that we know we're going to see, along with the cost of caring for these individuals, the result is frankly stunning. Studies indicate that the average Medicaid payments for someone with Alzheimer's versus a patient who does not have Alzheimer's is 19 times higher. In real dollar terms, Medicaid costs for individuals who died of Alzheimer's average a sobering $34,000, while someone without Alzheimer's is about $4,000. So if we put together the fact that we have an aging population, we are very much at risk for being one of the highest states with the most Alzheimer's patient, and we combine that with the cost of delivering care to these individuals, it really is daunting. Interestingly, while it seems odd that there's no cure or treatment for Alzheimer's other than symptom management, recent studies actually do show that there are cost savings to be had with early diagnosis. A University of Wisconsin study has shown that when including balancing the costs of early diagnosis and treatment, including ongoing counseling and support, that project reduces institutionalization, so nursing home placement, by 28%. Providing a net savings of $10,000 per patient. I can go through a whole bunch of other studies, but I'll leave you with some documents that talk about all of those. But in addition, a Wisconsin Dementia Care Specialist program has been shown to help families keep loved ones at home for an average of 18 months longer than those that do not receive the counseling. Again, that's real money to be had within this state. So those are our challenges, and the opportunity is the diagnostic rates, which sadly, like every other state, we're doing a really poor job at diagnosing Alzheimer's. In fact, 2/3 of individuals who would normally meet the category of being symptomatic enough to get a diagnosis for Alzheimer's have not actually been given that diagnosis. Diagnosis is usually delayed by as much as 6 years after onset, which really reduces the family's ability to plan for care and to make decision making, and particularly to have that person with Alzheimer's weigh in on what they want their care to look like. 45% of people with Alzheimer's and their caregivers are actually never even told that they had Alzheimer's. So to quickly summarize, the bad news is our state's in trouble. We're going to have a lot of people with Alzheimer's coming soon. Alzheimer's patients cost a whole lot. And while early diagnosis saves money, we're doing a poor job at diagnosing in the state. So let's look at the opportunities. That's a much better place to focus our attention. Improvement in diagnosis will save money. Case management can help delay nursing home placement, and combining these two in one program will save state funds. So this summer, just to back up and give you a little bit of context, a group of individuals met using an Eli Lilly grant, so a real public-private partnership, to sort of corral individuals who are interested in tackling this program. It was called Community Conversations, and it had individuals from the legislature that participated, Alzheimer's Association, Emory's Alzheimer's Disease Research Center, the Academy of Family Practice Docs, hospitals, payers. We sort of had a little bit of everybody at the table. And in listening to these conversations through the course of the summer and the fall, sort of these opportunities came and we coalesced around a couple of ideas, and I've sort of packaged them into one program here called the GAP. GAP stands for, again, Georgia Alzheimer's Project, and I chose that also because I think it's symbolic of the gaps that we're trying to fix with this program. The gaps in diagnosis, the gaps in treatment, the gaps in access to clinical trials, gaps in understanding of available community resources and programs, gaps in physician understanding about the disease, gaps in physicians reporting to the Alzheimer's Disease Registry, and gaps in real data sets. So this program seeks to fill those gaps. It's sort of two primary pieces. The first is a robust statewide training program of primary care doctors in terms of the best practices for diagnosing and then providing follow-up care for people with Alzheimer's. We find that a lot of primary care doctors, just the nature of the way healthcare is delivered, they're time sensitive in their appointments with a patient, and often when a patient or their family member talks about a loved one experiencing some memory loss, it's sort of punted for a future appointment, or it's sort of sloughed off as aging or hormonal or stress. And we want to be able to teach these doctors a little bit more in terms of how to recognize the symptoms and then how to create a treatment plan for them. I think most people's story is sort of like mine, where my mom was really young and nobody wanted to give us the diagnosis because certainly at 50-something, she couldn't have had Alzheimer's. So you go through the multiple primary care doctors trying to get the diagnosis, and then you start with your specialized neurologist, which takes a whole lot of time as well. And then even after you get the diagnosis, you're sort of told by the doctor, you've got this terrible disease and we're going to give you some hope, but there's really no medication that's going to provide any meaningful impact, and we'll see you in 6 months or a year. And that's daunting and scary for a family because sometimes they don't really know what to do next. So in order to help that as well, the second portion of the GAP program would be creating a network of 5 piloted memory care clinic sites in the communities that would all be interconnected to the Alzheimer's Disease Research Center that is here. Right now, the ADRC that we have in Georgia is through Emory, and they're a robust, really excellent research-based clinic that sees patients every day. But frankly, it's even for people in the Atlanta area, it's about 18 months to 2 years sometimes to see Dr. Alan Levy, who is my mom's doctor, who I would recommend everybody go see. So we've got to work on cloning him as well. But that's for next year, not this year. So the ADRC will create a unique, specialized, unique diagnostic protocol for use in these memory clinics that really streamlines the process of providing a diagnosis. We will train these clinics on site as well as through annual ongoing trainings on diagnosis, best practices, latest in research, and we want to make sure that people that go to these clinics have access to clinical trials. That Emory would also be available, or the ADRC would be available 24/7 for telemedicine for the really complicated cases. So we have individuals, because of behavioral situations, are oftentimes getting kicked out of nursing homes or going into nursing homes because the family can't manage the behavioral side effects of the disease. And so we think that the telemedicine for help with the balancing the psychotropic medications will really help these families and keep these families, keep these loved ones at home instead of a nursing home. The memory clinics will offer the memory care screenings. They will be required to report their cases to the Alzheimer's Disease Registry that's out of the Department of Public Health, so it's a carrot instead of a stick in terms of getting the physicians to more robustly report. And then we're going to require that there be community partners in each one of these clinics. So leadership in the community is so important for any of these kind of programs to be successful. And each community knows what they need best. And so in one community, it may be that it is a primary care doctor's office affiliated with a hospital for the PET scans and for some of the other modalities, and maybe there's a local adult day, and they're going to house that there as well so that they can monitor these patients going forward. In another community, it may be out of a federally qualified health center, and so we just really want to be open in terms of how communities come together with the common thread of being the diagnostic protocol and then the requirements after diagnosis for the families and the facilities going forward. So we're asking for $4.13 million. It is state funds to fund this public-private partnership that's called the GAP project, the Georgia Alzheimer's Project. So while we're most assuredly save money in the long run with a more robust diagnostic methodology, we also know we're going to be providing a much better quality of life for both people with Alzheimer's and their family caregivers. So I really appreciate your time and consideration. I'll follow up with you guys with a one-pager, but happy to answer any questions. Thanks so much.
That would be great. Are there any questions from the members?
Thank you very much.
You have
Appreciate
worked
it.
so hard, no doubt,
Thank
and your
you.
heart is very much in it. So do give
Thank
us
you.
that one pager.
I will.
Quickly.
Yes, tomorrow.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thanks. Okay, next, Shelley Simons. Oh, great. Now I'll have to turn that other mic on.
Sit here.
Absolutely. We'll,
Thank you
we'll
so
turn
much.
that mic on.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee members. And while the young man is passing out some of our one-pagers, I would just want to reiterate and kind of back up what citizen advocacy had mentioned. We are actually the organization that had received their funding. We have been advocating for the reinstatement of the home access funds for the Department of Community Affairs. And as she mentioned, once we found out where the money came from, we were just heartbroken and just kind of disheartened, because one thing we do not want to do is take money from other organizations or advocacy groups that help improve the lives of the disabled community. And I realize that this is not a part of that, the subcommittee, but we just wanted to let you know that we truly support citizen advocacy and the work that they do. But to get to my issue, once again, my name is Shelley Simmons. I am the Executive Director for the Statewide Independent Living Council. We are a policy-driven entity, and we help advocate and educate our legislators about the concerns of the disabled community and how we can hopefully improve the lives of the disabled community. I'm here representing the Centers for Independent Living. And the Centers of Independent Living are a community-based nonprofit organization that are governed and staffed by people with disabilities, offering a wide variety of services to people with disabilities and their families. The foundation of these services is a peer-to-peer relationship where people with disabilities act as mentors for the people with disabilities, showing them by example how to help themselves live more independently. Currently, Georgia has 9 centers of independent living that are throughout the state, and they have 5 fundamental services. And on the one-pagers, you'll see those services. But in addition to those services, each center also has their own unique spin to whatever their region or the area that they serve. So some may offer job training and job search programs, home access programs. But what we would like to do is to expand, because if you look at the maps that were passed out to you, on one side you'll see a white area, and those areas are areas that are currently not being served by a Center for Independent Living. And what we would like to do is to provide 6 outreach offices to help cover the rest of the state. And as you can see, these are mostly in our rural communities, and it's kind of disheartening when you get a call, and we get calls daily asking for help and services in this particular area. The only thing we can do is refer them out to the ADRC or the Aging and Disability Resource Connection for any type of help or resources in that particular area. The centers, granted, are small entities, but they have a large impact on the community. And I encourage all of you, if you're not part of the center, if you're not representing an area that has a center, I would encourage you to visit the center so you can see the work that the centers actually do. They do a whole lot on very little. So what we're asking for is an annual investment of $810,000. And this $810,000 will provide us to be able to provide services to 14% of the disabled community of Georgians that are not currently being served right now. And expanding outreach and services are essential for Georgians, for the current Centers for Independent Living to reach people who live lives in isolated areas that are the poorest and the most rural in our state. And the independent living programs are administered by the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency, which is administratively attached to the Department of Human Services. And on the other side of the maps, you'll see how we would divide up those 6 centers, or the 6 outreach offices. And they will be attached to an existing center that is not landlocked right now. There are some few centers that are landlocked, but the 6 centers that are listed there on the back page are centers that are not currently landlocked. And then that way we can provide services and hopefully be able to cover the remaining part of the state. Any questions for you?
Are there any questions from the committee? So if we look at the back map that
Yes.
has that's the one you're talking about where this is sort of a gap in services
Correct.
right now.
And that's how that's what's currently being served. That's current. And on the flip side is how we would like to fill in that
Mhm.
white space.
Okay.
I thank you for your undivided attention, and should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me, and our website is also on the information that was passed out to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. I know you've been here a
Thank
long
you for your
time
patience. I
today,
appreciate it.
but I'm very familiar with the work that y'all do through my own local
Yes.
one in Rome, so I
Yes,
appreciate it
absolutely.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Wendy Clifton.
Last but not least, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're not last.
Oh, I'm not last.
No, you're not, but you're close to last.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, first of all, you have my undying gratitude and appreciation for the hard work that's ahead of you. By my calculations today, you probably had about $100 million worth of ask right now, and so you do tremendous work in this committee, and oftentimes don't get thanked enough for the time and the effort and the consideration you hear for these very important requests. And so I'm going to try to distinguish mine from the other $100 million in the room, if I could. Without picking and choosing, quite frankly, but there is a distinction for DFAC SAG salaries, and the reason is because it's a have to. It's a statutorily required obligation of DFACs to provide lawyers to children who are being removed from their home in a abuse and neglect situation. In Georgia, we have SAGs, and I don't want to assume everybody knows what that is. A SAG is a Special Assistant Attorney General. What that person does is, in the case for DFACs, they represent the child or the children in each of those cases that go before juvenile court. That means there's 159 individuals, or 159 counties, with about 50 or so lawyers that do all that work. Here's the reason for my concern and my have to. The current hourly wage for a DFAC SAG is $56.50 an hour. I'm going to say that one more time. Lawyers, they get paid $56.50 an hour. In rural Georgia, the challenge is this. We've got a lot of our DFAC SAGs, many of whom you know, sitting at this table, who have been doing it for 20, 25, 30 years, and they're getting ready to retire. And their geographic areas are already 6, 8, and 10 counties. So, yeah, they're billing the state a lot of money because they may spend 2, 3, 4 hours a day in the car driving from one county to another's juvenile court. And so the challenge is not just in front of us today. Unfortunately, it's going to be with us for a while until we try to bring some parity to the SAGs that do the work that, in my opinion, is the most important SAG work in the state. They represent the kids that are being removed from their home. In comparison to a DOT SAG or a DNR SAG who makes in excess of $150 an hour. And so it's a question of priority from a policy perspective, in my opinion. And I wish that one of my SAGs had been here today. I know many of you have spoken to your local SAG and know them personally, and I will encourage them to continue that dialogue. But this is just one of those things where, unfortunately, over the last 30 years of SAG work in Georgia, all the other SAGs have continued to get raises to bring them all to the it's $142.50 on average compared to $56.50 for DFACs. And so it's a real disparity, clearly, but the real issue in front of us is going to be, and is already the case in my conversations with the Attorney General's office, that they're having difficulty finding DFAC SAGs in rural Georgia because people won't work for this kind of money and the kind of hours that they have as well. So there's a lot that I could answer questions about. Most of you, like I said, know you're a local SAG. I don't want to take up any more of the committee's time, but we will continue to have that individual outreach, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, did we try to address this a little bit a couple of years ago?
You did.
We did, but it's an ongoing, still
Right.
the disparity's pretty big.
Well, is the disparity caused because these are agencies that are funding their own SAGs and the money that they have exponentially more money in their budget than does DFACs that is able to afford to do this?
Like DOT? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there's it's an interesting contractual relationship. The SAG actually is contracted with the Attorney General's office, but is paid through the department. And so DHS has the budgetary line item, and we discovered this last year when and appreciate the $4 an hour raise that we got last year from $52.50 to $56.50. And so, yes, we were making progress. But, yeah, it's an interesting contractual obligation. And so the law department is the one who has to go out and find these SAGs that they can't find to work for this little bit of money. But the department is the one who statutorily has the obligation to provide the services. So it's an interesting setup.
Yeah.
Now, the SAGs for the Board of Regents would go through where? Higher education? Or?
They work for the Board of Regents.
Yeah, okay.
Right, they're contracted
Right,
through
but
the
who sets
AG's
their
office.
rate? They contract with the Board of Regents for that amount?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, each agency pays their SAGs a whatever salary they pay them hourly.
It amounts to the fact that DFAC's money basically is stretched so far
That's right.
that they can't afford to pay. Is that?
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
Regents doesn't hire their SAG. The AG hires all the SAGs. The AG budget is more than doubled by SAG, special attorney, for a variety of different agencies, all of whom are paid differently.
Correct.
With defects being on the bottom.
Correct. At the very bottom, no doubt. Yeah.
And I believe last time when we were able to kind of work something out, didn't it fall under Chairman Welch's? It
was in your
It
budget.
kept moving back and forth. It
Yeah,
kept going like
right.
Andy was trying to do it. And
It
so
is.
at the end of the day, it stayed here.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you.
Very complicated. That's
I'm
exactly right.
so glad. Well, we'll graciously take a look at it again.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we do have just 3 more. Eva, that doesn't mean you have to hurry though. Eva Bird, Emory Behavioral Health Fellowship. Thank you for your patience. I'm so sorry.
Thank you for yours.
The needs are great, as you can hear.
Yes, they are. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Dempsey and members of the committee. And thanks for the few minutes to talk a little bit about behavioral health workforce development. My name is Eve Bird, as Chairman Dempsey said, and I'm on faculty at Emory School of Nursing. I've worked with the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities for a number of years in various capacities, including working with the governor's special advisor when they were arriving at the settlement agreement. As you are well aware, Georgia's behavioral health workforce shortage is a barrier to us meeting the behavioral health service needs of our citizens. Less than half of Georgia's 159 counties have a psychiatrist, and even fewer counties have advanced practice nurses, psychiatric nurses, that is. In partnership with the state, Emory School of Medicine and Emory School of Nursing want to help address the state's behavioral health workforce shortage. In close collaboration with the Department of Behavioral Health and Mercer University, who has a long history of working with rural and underserved populations, Emory is prepared to train community behavioral health clinicians by establishing a community behavioral health training fellowship program. I want to emphasize at this point that the program will recruit and train psychiatrists and nurse practitioners who intend to work in underserved areas of the state. We will recruit both an adult and a child and adolescent psychiatrist, as well as 10 nurse practitioners. Though this training of fellows will obtain, through this training, the fellows will obtain skills necessary to care for people with mental disorders as well as substance abuse disorders who are living in the community versus in institutions. The training is very significantly different. They will also be prepared to care for the unique psychiatric needs of persons with intellectual developmental disabilities, as well as the growing older adult population in our state with behavioral health disorders. Fellows will be trained to work in an interdisciplinary team and again work anywhere within the state of Georgia. Within 2 years, this program could graduate 12 expert clinicians, and with the fellowship in place, an additional 12 each year thereafter. Immediately, this program will increase the citizens' access to behavioral health services because during the year of the specialty training, we estimate that these licensed fellows or clinicians will see an additional 2,000 new patients in the state of Georgia while they're in their training. The proposed Georgia Fellowship is modeled after the well-established Columbia University Community Psychiatry Fellowship, which has been replicated in 16 other states, adjusted and implemented to meet the needs of 16 other states, as I said, including our neighbors in Alabama. Retaining the specialists in the state that were trained is about 95%, so a good success rate. The requested funding is $700,000. Less than $200,000 of that funding will be used for curriculum development, clinical site development, and recruitment of our students. Over $500,000 will go to paying nurse practitioner tuition and psychiatry fellow stipends. We have been in communication with the Department of Behavioral Health, who work very closely with Commissioner Judy Fitzgerald, and the Association of Community Service Boards, and will continue to work closely with the department and the provider network, as we see this as an important partnership. We are committed to being a part of the solution at Emory. I want to close by thanking the governor for continued support of behavioral health care in the state of Georgia. Thanks for your few minutes at the end of a long day. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have regarding the fellowship program.
Representative Kirby.
I want to be brief. It is late, but I'm looking at your timeline on this handout, and we get into July 19. So all this would be in FY 18.
There it is.
The initial, really the postponing towards it would be fiscal year 19, right? We would 19. Start with, because of the way fellows and nurse practitioners are recruited and the time that we need to ramp up in the curriculum, we would not enroll students until, let me think here a minute, get my date, my year's funding in April, fall 2018.
Fall 2018.
Yeah, fall 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In that first year of training, because they are licensed clinicians, they would see those estimated 2,000 folks and then go to work as full-time employees afterwards, graduation.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Great.
Thank you so much.
On it, please. Thank you. Okay, and do we also have another, Kathy Rice, also from Emory Autism? Great, thank you. Hey.
Thank you to the committee for staying here and still paying attention and smiling. I'm sure you're imagining dinner, so I will try to keep this brief. My name is Dr. Catherine Rice, and I'm a developmental psychologist and the director of the Emory Autism Center. The Emory Autism Center was established in 1991, and at that time the estimate was that there was about 1 in 2,000 children with autism. Since that time, prevalence has changed and increased about 30 to 50-fold, with an estimate of 1 in 64 children with autism. So if we think about in Georgia, that's about 40,000 children across the state potentially with an autism spectrum disorder. And there are countless adults who are likely not yet identified as having autism, but are suffering with the condition associated with autism. So 25 years later, the Emory Autism Center still remains the only center in the state that is serving toddlers through adults. We serve individuals across the lifespan. And we know that the numbers of children who are aging into adulthood are increasing. And the families that originally fought for services and awareness for their children with autism are now struggling with the adult issues related to autism. There's been unprecedented support from the governor and the legislator in the last few years for increasing access to services for children with autism, and that's been an incredible step forward. But we're increasingly having demands and not able to begin to address the needs of our adults on the spectrum. If we're lucky, most of us spend much more time as adults than we do children, and in the case of autism, the cost of adulthood and autism is significantly more than childhood. So the Emory Autism Center has been partnering with the DBHDD for the past several years to provide specialized services related to autism, both medical and behavioral services for those individuals who are particularly complex, who are adolescents and adults and who are not able to access the kind of support, whether it's medication monitoring, whether it's behavioral support for the family. We serve both directly some of the complex individuals, but also serve as a training ground for other professionals in the state. In addition, we have worked in the past year plus with DBHDD to try to understand the current state of adult services for individuals with autism served by DBHDD. So we've been contracted and just issued a report to DBHDD that they are reviewing for next steps. But we have looked at the number of individuals who are getting services or who are on the planning lists for autism. And we are able to document the wave of adolescents who are aging into the system, and it's really going to create a strain that we haven't seen in the DBHDD system. So what we're asking for you today is to build on our relationship with DBHDD and to increase our ability to provide those direct specialized services to individuals who are very complex and aren't served elsewhere, but then also to serve as a training ground. We have regular trainees who come through our center and that we work with in the community, whether they're psychiatrists, nurse practitioner, nurses, psychologists, board-certified behavior analysts. We work with a range of individuals and trying to increase capacity within the community. So what our request is for a total funding of $550,000 in addition to an existing services contract that we have with DBHDD. We are able to leverage, we try to pull together all the funding sources that we potentially can, and so the majority of this funds would really go to support the personnel time, the amount of time it takes to work with an individual who may be experiencing self-injury or who may have significant communication problems as an adult, is well beyond any reimbursement or way that we can seek to fund that. But we have a strong infrastructure where most of our operating costs are covered as being part of Emory, and that's not really something that we ask the state to add to. So I appreciate your consideration. We are asking for this expansion so that, one, we can actually see more of the individuals on our wait list who can't access services otherwise, but also to increase the training for professionals and consultation across Georgia. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the members? Well, this is a great piece of information. Caroline, I didn't get we're short one document, the colorful one.
Yeah, I think I have an
You
extra.
can just get it to my office sometime. I'll let Leo have mine because that's the most important person
Okay.
here,
All
actually.
right.
Thank you so much, and
Thank
thanks
you.
for the wonderful work you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are last. Dawn Randolph, come on, talk to us.
Tonight's the Super Bowl, right? Right? Yeah?
Oh,
and we
I
got
don't
one
think
more
I could
chance.
do it again.
I know, that was painful.
Oh, it was.
Thank you all for staying. And I am here actually representing two groups, both which I have worked with for the last 17 years. Unfortunately, their folks could not be here today because they just had other commitments. So I'm here to represent them, which is always an honor. The first one, the handout that I've put around, I'm Dawn Randolph, and I've been working with the Gates folks, which is Georgia Association of Training, Employment, and Supports for People with Disabilities, for the last 17 years. They are your community rehabilitation folks. So they're Easter Seals, Goodwills, Bobby Dodd, Novus Works, Happy Hour down in Houston County, and all over the state. These are folks that put people to work through either helping them retrain after an acquired disability or actually after graduating from high school. And as you heard Executive Director Sean Casey say, we work with them. We work with Folk Rehab. We were the folks that provided in the community, in your homes, work with your Kiwanians and your Rotarians to identify people and get them to work. I always want to tell y'all that we come with a solution. While you're hearing a lot about everybody's needs that are so, my goodness, great, a lot of these can be offset by putting folks to work. In other words, that waiting list, Mr. Broderick, that you talked about, how do we fill that? Well, this is a little bit less expensive version of how you keep people from having to need an institution or a longer-term comp or now waiver, by getting them some work and giving them a meaningful day and getting them integrated in competitive employment. Voc Rehab is leaving anywhere from 20 to 30 million of federal match dollars on the table. It's a 4-to-1 match. We put a little bit investment in here, goes a heck of a long way, that folks that are on that waiting list could avail themselves of these services. So I want to point that out. 3 years ago, y'all put in $900,000 in the budget that pulled down for $4 million. And we are still, using that and filling up resources, but we're still leaving a lot on the table. Full match resources would be, and that's on the flip side, fully funding the Georgia Vocational Rehab Agency takes about $5 million. Don't do that 1 year. We can't fill all those spots. But if we started looking at a plan to fully fund GVRA, I think you'd see some of the pressure points relieved in other areas where people have a meaningful day to do something integrated, competitive employment. Also think about this. We've got so many veterans, and I'm an Army brat. My dad served full career. My mother served in the Ready Reserve. And when you think about our veterans, they really need us to think about how we help them have full employment. And the folks at the VR and through these community foundation, community resources are the ones that do that. So I want to stop there for questions, because then I want to talk about Georgia Council on Substance Abuse.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Gates?
My question is, what sort of outreach to employers do you do to get them to hire?
Yeah.
That's the thing. A lot of employers won't realize that there's probably some tax advantage credits for them.
I will give you a great example and a great story. We were up in Athens and working with Senator Halsert up there, went and reached out to local Home Depot and worked with them on those issues. And we've almost got several people with disabilities in every single Home Depot on the job. All around the state, we're working with Caterpillar. We're working with, just everything, Target, Walmart's, every place that you can possibly imagine, all the hospitals. So that's what our community foundations, they're out there in the community. And a lot of their board members are people that are employed in leadership at those local businesses and national businesses. So yeah, that's really critical. And that matchup is the money usually raised by the local Easter Seals or Goodwill to make those networks and relationships work. It's the training dollars that vocational rehab provides to get that person ready to work.
Representative Harden.
Mine basically just a yes or no answer. Do y'all work in conjunction with the State Workforce Development Board's Veterans Program?
Yes, yes. Every single agency we possibly can work with.
All right, so that you are part of their program?
Yes.
Okay.
You got the mic. It's 5.
Well, she said she didn't want all that,
Okay, who's speaking?
He's got the mic.
There you go.
Okay.
You've got on here 5 million additional state funds, but you said you don't need all that at once. What is your 2018 ask?
I think
What do you
if we could start edging up there, if we had $500,000 this year, that would pull down let's see, do my math real quick, 2.7, almost $3 million. So $500,000 this year would go a long, long way. And that could we could put thousands of people to work with that amount of money. Surprisingly, because we're only talking $2,000 to $5,000 per person. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah, $500,000 would be great. And again, incrementally over time. You know, here's the big rub. We're leaving that money on the table, and then every year, New Jersey and California and Texas go back and get our money. Yeah, they go back and they get that extra match, and we've lost it for that year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we're
Have you been
freezing here.
looking at that?
I feel like going like
Did
that.
you know that was over there all day? Wow.
I know, I feel like going, okay. Oh my God.
But I'll tell you what, though, I didn't see one eye shut the whole time. Everybody stayed wide awake in this frozen tundra here.
I felt like putting my gloves on.
No, but it worked, didn't it? Any other questions? Oh my goodness!
I know.
Thank you.
Well, I have
Oh,
one.
now you're
I have
gonna
one
go
more,
to your other
and this
one,
is
yeah.
actually not an ask. This is an awareness raiser. I also have been working with the Georgia Council on Substance Abuse for the last 17 years. I was one of their founding COOs, and in 2010, I want to reiterate what Commissioner Fitzgerald said. Her and I go way, 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 way back, and I don't want to misquote her. So let me say exactly her words. Y'all were asking, all of these services, and she said, and like I said, I don't want to misquote her, addiction services fell behind with budget cuts. Since 2010, we have not restored a dime to the addiction area, and that was $12 million cuts in 2010. What we're seeing is a lot of issues pop up, and I know that Chairman Dempsey has worked very closely with Senator Unterman on the opioid issue and other things. We've got to figure out, and again, I just want to put a bug in y'all's ear, we've got to figure out how to stem the tide of opiates and the addiction issue. So we're going to eventually have to get back to that, and I just would be remiss for me not to say we need to think about that in the future. Not this budget, but we really need to start reinvesting in addiction services. Prevention is really important for our kids.
It is, and that has come up often.
Yes, and it keeps coming up. So we're here to be your resource, and I'm going to you reach out to us, reach out to the council. If you've got someone in your area that needs services, please let us try to be that conduit that helps get them into recovery and gets them a great life. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. And now the room's warming up.
Yeah.
So we can leave. No, thank y'all so much. Truly, and to the committee, if it were in my power, I'd give you 2 or 3 days for sitting here. I'm sorry, I had no idea it would be quite this long, but it was good. It was a very heartfelt afternoon, and I thank you for it. We will talk about our next steps very soon. We are adjourned.